15 months, the council will meet together live and in person in its own chambers for an open to the public business meeting here at the courthouse. The last time that happened was March 17th, 2020, at the very beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. This homecoming is possible because virus levels have continued to drop and state and local health restrictions are over, including the indoor mask mandate. The council meeting tonight will allow face masks to be worn optionally, but we see very few of them here tonight. Tonight's council agenda is 25 pages long with a total of 67 pieces of legislation. That includes 25 resolutions, 9 first reading bills, 15 second reading measures, and 15 third and final reading ordinances. There are 2 elections on the council agenda tonight, 1 confirmation and 1 board reappointment before them. The elections are to fill vacancies on the Cheatham County Railroad Authority. That will go to Council Lady Stiles. And also the Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authority, that will be given, the votes up for Councilman Roden to take that spot. There's also a confirmation for the new Metro Legal Director, who is Wallace Dietz. The reappointment is to the city's Historical Zoning Commission. Again, the most high-profile piece of legislation on tonight's agenda is the city's annual operating budget and the property tax levy ordinances, along with Metro's capital improvements, which is a planning budget. These are all on third and final reading. The bills are expected to be approved with some minor changes, about $16 million out of a $2.3 billion budget. This will be offered in a substitute approved by the Council's Budget and Finance Committee. The total budget is $2.646 billion, supported by a combined USD-GSD property tax rate of about $3.29. Due to state law and the recent countywide property reappraisal, that tax rate is about 93 cents lower than last year's tax rate, which was $4.22. However, it is significantly higher than the 2019 rate, which could come into play if the courts allow a special election to be held, a referendum on July 27th, to amend the Metro Charter and voters approve the 2019 rate be reinstated. The referendum, if approved, will also limit future tax increases by the council. The new spending plan includes funding for the full budget requested by the Metro School Board. That's nearly $80 million in additional funds. The council is looking at adding $3.1 million more to that, and perhaps others for professional pay, for additional advocacy centers for in the elementary schools, and more for school psychologists. Could be other programs added as well. The council is looking at those for amendments tonight. Also, there could be money moved from part of the Metro Schools budget that funds the resource officers, police officers in the schools, and give that also over to the school board. If it wants to spend the money on that, they make the final authority about that, to use it also for psychological services. Other council additions to the budget include more fire and EMT workers, more funds for animal control, more money for parks, for Friday hours for the library, and $1 million for a cure violence program in North Nashville that increased. It got strong support during the council's recent public hearing on the budget. It would not go exactly to the group that made the proposal, but they would be allowed to make a bid on that if the money is then bidded out by Metro, the program. Budget also includes a 2% cost of living raise for Metro employees, with those eligible possibly receiving up to an additional 3% increment raise. For police and fire, there could also be merit pay hikes for those eligible. Budget also contains $12 million more for the Barnes Fund to increase affordable housing. The spending plan includes increased funding for a number of other city departments. The largest of those include $24.5 million increase to WeGo for mass transit, $9 million more for fire and EMS operations, and $10.5 million for the police department, which includes the operational funding and adding new officers for the new Southeast Precinct. Metro Public Works will receive $6 million more, half of that for the new Transportation Division, although there is an amendment up tonight to take out some of those positions going to Public Works for its new Transportation Division. Finally, the budget also increases the subsidy for Metro General Hospital by over $6 million to close to $50 million annually. Other budget-related items before the council tonight include a second reading bill, BL 2021-781. It would address a growing issue across many cities in this country that involves their unfunded other post-employment benefits, the OPE liability. OPE pertains to benefits an employee receives upon retirement, such as dental, health, and drug coverage. This bill requires a group Medicare Advantage plan be the only option for a retiree for medical benefits when the pensioner or their dependents are Medicare eligible. The change is expected to reduce Metro's OPEB liability by $1.1 billion and would save Metro approximately $17 million per year in current operating costs for the medical plans. Resolutions 2021-988 and 989 would repeal 2 court fees imposed in the criminal court cases. A consultant has recommended eliminating those fees to ease the financial burden on criminal defendants, many of whom lack the ability to pay for such fees and fines. Also in the area, more funding for affordable housing. Resolution 2021-993 would appropriate almost $500,000 from the city's Capital Mall Urban Development Urban Action Grant, or UDAG. The funds would go to the Metro Development Housing Agency, MDHA, for the construction of affordable housing at the Envision Casey development in East Nashville. 2 resolutions involving fighting violent crime and gun violence are also up tonight. Resolution 2021 1001 accepts a state grant in the amount of $1.3 million to reimburse costs incurred by the Metro Police Department in responding to the 2020 Kristen Day bombing on 2nd Avenue. Those costs include regular and overtime personnel costs for site security and investigation. Another resolution, 2021 1002 seeks a $143,000 state grant to reduce gun violence in Nashville. The grant would be used to pay for overtime and equipment to investigate violent gun crimes in targeted areas for enhanced prosecution. There are 2 memorializing resolutions regarding the upcoming Juneteenth holiday. One resolution recognizes the holidays and commemorates the end of slavery in this country after the Civil War. The other resolution requests the Metropolitan Civil Service Commission to provide employees the option of observing Juneteenth as a Metropolitan government holiday instead of Veterans Day. Other second reading bills include BL 2021-593. It would further restrict construction noise in residential areas. The measure would limit construction noise between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. throughout the year, rather than having varying hours depending on the time of year. Finally, on third and final reading, the Council will consider BL 19-4 that would prohibit aerial advertising in Davidson County. BL 2021-738 would amend the Metro Procurement Code to require past audit findings to be included as a part of the scoring for requests for proposals, RFPs, and to update the provisions pertaining to suspensions and disbarment. The Procurement Code also allows for the use of RFPs instead of sealed bids, which are based solely on price, when the purchase agent determines it is in Metro's best interest to do so. The bill also complies with a recent state law preempting Metro from attempting to prevent or restrict a contractor from bidding on a project unless that contractor has been found to have committed a willful violation of federal or state law. By the way, all bills on third and final reading must receive at least 21 votes to pass tonight. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses, you will find the agenda online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll gavel tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Rashad Faroukdan, an engineering supervisor at NES and the Director of Community Partnerships at the Islamic Center of Nashville. Before I recognize Mr. Faroukdan, would ask that we also stand for a moment of silence. We just had a proclamation read in honor of his father, Dr. A.K.M. Faroukdan, who passed away recently, a very well-respected member of the Nashville community. If you would rise and join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Rashad?
To Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, our distinguished council members and guests, on behalf of the Faroukdan family, including my brother Saeed and sister Sabina, and the extended family, and especially my dear mom, Dr. Ziaoun, as any human being could never feel as much honor as to see their parents being honored, as is the case today of our beloved dad, our hero, our role model, and our best friend. My prayers today will tie into the humanity my dad exemplified as a parent, a community member, a community leader, and a professional, praying for those same traits to be carried out by our esteemed local city leaders. I'm honored to be invited by friend, Councilman Bob Mendez, to share with you this prayer. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Dear God, we thank you for the countless blessings you have bestowed upon us. Dear God, as I witness the kindness, care, and love towards humanity displayed by my father, I pray that our city leaders display these same traits of kindness, care, and love towards all Nashvillians. Dear God, O merciful God, as my dad always worked both professionally as a psychiatrist and as a man filled with humanity towards working towards the social and emotional well-being of others, abiding by the golden rule of doing unto others as you would like done unto you, whether for those going through poverty, hunger, homelessness, injustice, or any other social struggles. I ask that our city leaders work towards improving the social and emotional well-being of all so that Nashville becomes the best place to live for all, for everyone, the real It City. And while making final decisions on this critical matter of the city budget today, this impact touches everyone in Nashville positively. Oh, dear God, just as I saw my father stand up for what is right and be unapologetic about his Muslim, Bangladeshi, and American identities, challenging discrimination head-on and fostering relationships across racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and religious barriers, I ask that our city leaders always stand up for what is right, feel proud of their diverse backgrounds, and build and foster diverse relationships throughout the city. Dear God, just as my father and family were welcomed to Nashville in December of 1970 by an HBCU in Meharry Medical College to be a professor, we ask our city leaders to help continue to ensure that everyone who moves to Nashville feels so welcomed so that they want to give back and never want to leave and call Nashville home, as was the case of my dad 51 years ago. And as we approach Father's Day, I pray that God blesses all the fathers in this room to carry out their responsibilities as caring and loving fathers, and pray that God blesses every one of your fathers, whether they are still with you in person or in memory, with peace and comfort. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from June 1st, 2021? There is, properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor. There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. So a couple of things. Welcome to the council chamber. We haven't been all together in this room since March of 2020. It's nice to see everybody back. Tonight, I will say, marks the last day that Metro Nashville, at least at this point, has had the services of the Metro Legal Director, Bob Cooper, who is sitting in the back. One of the brightest, smartest individuals I have ever known, and steadfast in his commitment to serving the public. We so appreciate his service. Please join me in thanking Mr. Bob Cooper for his service. So we are now ready to proceed to elections and confirmations. The first order of the business tonight is the election of individuals to fill vacancies on the Cheatham County Rail Authority and the Nashville and Eastern Rail Authority. Both of these went to the Rules Committee. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized for a report on those two nominations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted 7 in favor, 0 against on both of those nominations.
All right, thank you. So there was one person nominated for the Cheatham County Rail Authority. That is item E1 in your agenda. That's the nomination of Councilmember Joyce Stiles to fill the vacancy for a term expiring June 1st, 2023. And for the second one, that's E2, Nashville and Eastern Rail Authority, the nomination of Councilmember Kevin Roten to fill the vacancy for a term expiring June 1st, 2023. Since there are only one nomination for each vacancy, if I can have a motion to approve both nominees. Got a motion and a proper second. Any discussion? Good. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. So other report from Councilmember Johnston from the elections and confirmations. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered the Director of Department of Law appointment of Mr. Wallace Dietz, as well as the Historic Zoning Commission reappointment of Ms. Elizabeth Mayhall for a term expiring June 1st, 2026. We voted 8 in favor, 0 against on both of those.
All right. And if I could have a motion to approve on both? Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? This is again for the appointment of Mr. Wallace Dietz for the Director of the Department of Law and the reappointment of Ms. Elizabeth Mayhall for the Historic Zoning Commission. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. I believe that takes care of elections and confirmation. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. The next item on the agenda is the public comment period. That's where we allow people from the public to speak before the body. It's my understanding no one signed up to speak tonight, so we will proceed ahead. So we now move to consent resolutions and resolutions. This is on page 2 of your agenda. So tonight, because we have the operations budget before this body, we have in the past heard the first resolution on the agenda, which is the certified tax rate. We have typically heard that one first and then considered the budget ordinance and the tax levy ordinance immediately thereafter. That's typically how we do it. Is there any objection to moving the budget ordinance and the tax levy ordinance up so they can be considered immediately after the first resolution on the agenda, which is RS 2021-932? Any objection? Seeing none, without objection, it is so ordered. We are now on RS 2021-932. That's RS 2021-932 by Councilmember Toombs. It's a resolution establishing the certified tax rate in the General Services District, declaring the amount of the certified rate for the Urban Services District pursuant to the provisions of Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5.1701, etc. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a committee report.
All right.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4, 0 against.
All right. And Councilmember Toombs asks for a motion.
Move for approval.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve. We're on RS 2021-932, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I'm checking. Seeing none, we are ready to vote. RS 2021-932. All those in favor of that resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. All right, so we now move, because we moved the agenda, we now move to the budget ordinance, which is on page 20 of your document. Okay, so we're on item number 54. Item 54, it's BL 2021-736, BL 2021-736. Councilmember Toombs is the sponsor. Bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2022. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a committee report.
All right. Budget and Finance, it's yours.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as substituted and amended, 12-4, 0 against.
Okay. All right, so Councilmember Toombs, typically what we have here is you have a substitute that needs to be accepted by the council. So I'm going to recognize you for a motion on the substitute.
I'd like to move approval of the substitute with a comment, please.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Councilmember Porterfield, who's the vice chair. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
So the substitute makes a number of changes to the mayor's proposed budget. The council or the city has the option of offering a discount program for folks who pay their property tax early. There was some talk of implementing that program this upcoming tax year. However, it's unknown as to how much revenue that might be lost to the city. So as a compromise, there's going to be a feasibility study to determine, what that revenue loss could potentially be and look at implementing that program. Also, there are some changes to the power of the finance director in times of disaster relief and how much money the finance director can authorize. That's capped at $5 million. There's also some financial changes. There's an increase to the Central Business Improvement District of $2.4 million, as well as an appropriation from the reserves for the Event and Marketing Fund of $1,411,500. And the meat of the substitute is as follows. There are new positions added to fire department and EMS services, 15 firefighters and 10 EMS, and there's funding for half a year for that. Under the Department of Health, there's new animal control positions, 2 animal control officers, 1 kennel assistant. There's also, and that's $170,200, it's fully funded positions, as well as $818,000 to the Mental Health Cooperatives Crisis Treatment Center. There is the adoption of the 2 recommendations from the Civil Service Commission to include last year's missed step increase, as well as a 1% raise for open range employees for about $5.2 million. There is the addition of 21 positions to Parks and Recreations, which equals out to about 17.8 FTEs for $662,500, and that's funding for half a year. To MMPS, there's the addition of pay for the 7 professional development days for our support staff for $1.2 million. There's the addition of $1.4 million for advocacy centers in the remaining elementary schools. The current funding for MMPS covers about 55 elementary schools, and there are 72 of them, so this will cover the remainder. Also, there is $545,900 to reduce the student to psychologist ratio. Under Public Works, there's the addition of a position for the East Convenience Center of $59,100. Under Public Library, there are half-year funding for Friday library hours for those branches that don't currently have Friday library hours, $381,500. There's the addition of a library curbside service for $262,700. And there's social services in their homeless division. They're going to be getting 2 full-time positions at $150,000. Metro Arts is going to be getting $100,000 for its restorative arts programs. The Human Resources Department is going to be getting $50,000 for training materials. There's $1 million for a Cure Violence North Nashville pilot. The Metropolitan Council will be getting $277,800 for 2 positions, a travel allotment for council members, translation services, as well as the Bang the Table software program that Councilwoman Suara advocated for. The county clerk is going to be receiving 2 full-time positions that were lost a couple of years ago for $128,700. And as you can see, a lot has been crammed into the substitute. This substitute comes about after a lot of community engagement. As soon as I was appointed chair of Budget and Finance, I met with community groups, I met with department heads to get a sense of what the needs were in the community, to get a sense of what the needs were within our city government. When I was vice chair under Councilman Mendez, when he served as chair of Budget and Finance, we went around the county. We held 6 community meetings. The last one, because of COVID, had to be recorded, and you can still find that on YouTube. It was March 26, 2020, community budget meeting, and I wanted to expound on that. So Councilwoman Porterfield and I created the Budget 101 series, an 11-part series that was designed to educate people on how the budget works, to make the process as transparent as possible so that people understand how we get our money, how we spend it, and also to get feedback on where they thought it should be spent. Councilwoman Swara has hosted weekly budget sessions on Facebook. She did it last year. She did it this year. And I've, been a panelist for her sessions, and I've listened in on her sessions. Again, just trying to be transparent to try to hear what people are saying about the budget. I've served on numerous panels for SEIU, for NOAA, for the People's Budget Coalition, and numerous other community organizations. We had longer council budget hearings this year, again, making the process transparent. We had 3 budget work sessions. Some council members submitted wish lists. The Minority Caucus submitted a wish list. The Women's Caucus submitted a wish list. And all of that data has gone into this substitute to try to be as balanced as possible. And of course, this doesn't solve all of Nashville's problems. $13.6 million is not going to solve all of Nashville's problems. But it makes a significant down payment to get us to where we want to be, to a city where people who live and work here can live well, that they have the resources that they need. And with that, I ask for support of the substitute.
All right. Thank you, Chairwoman Toombs. So the bill is before us. It's Bill 2021-736. Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute for acceptance. We're not, if we approve this, we're not completing the budget. We have amendments to take up. We're just accepting the substitute. So discussion on the substitute. And the reason you see me turning is that they've got the machine all the way back here for me to see. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to commend Councilmember Toombs on the work that she did on this budget, and including the community input as well as department heads and also all of her peers in putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also just wanted to stand in support and commending Chair Toombs on the hard work that she put forth on this budget. I'm very thankful that this budget really prioritizes the people of Nashville. Some of the things that we're seeing in this budget will make a huge difference with regards to the services that our constituents are able to use. So, thinking about things like the curbside services, which will make our library more accessible for individuals with disabilities, as along with parents of small children to be able to use those services. So this was a very thoughtful budget, and it included lots of things to that nature that will help everyone in our city. I'm especially thankful for those 7 days for the support staff. I was a strong advocate of that, as the people that came to the budget work session saw, but this makes a huge difference for some of our lowest paid yet hardest working MNPS employees, and we have received a ton of feedback that those employees are extremely grateful, as well as including the misstep from last year. And while it does not make up for those previous missteps, it is a step in the right direction to let our employees know that we value their service. So again, thank you, Councilwoman Toombs, for your hard work. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with you for this budget season, and I would ask my colleagues to please support the substitute.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also wanted to rise in support of the substitute budget and thank Council Chair Toombs and Vice Chair Porterfield for all their work. I think it's important that a lot of the things that the council put on their wish list was included in the substitute. I know that animal control was something that was important to many of us. The 15 new firefighters, 10 new EMS, the 7-day pay for the paraprofessionals, the library services that are being expanded, the $1 million to address violence in North Nashville. It says a lot when the chair of the budget is very receptive to what community members and council members have asked for. So I stand in support, and I encourage us all to vote for this substitute. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, our chair and our vice chair really did a tremendous job, and I am very appreciative of all the hard work that they put into this substitute. I think the only negative that I will say from my perspective, And a substitute that I think is a vast improvement is losing the GSD-USD study. And I understand that the administration is really going to focus on bringing something back to the council later in the year that focuses on that. But in an area of town where it continues to be harder and harder to explain exactly what the differential is like and what it's being used for and how we're impacted, I would really appreciate that we hold the administration accountable. And so I hope my colleagues will do that as well. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to rise in support of the substitute budget. I think it was a very thoughtful substitute put together by our budget chair and vice chair. And there's one particular item I wanted to call out that I found very pleasing. If everyone recalls last year, I tried to get additional funding for MAC because I'm not the only council member who's received phone calls and emails from constituents who are angry that they're being told by MAC that they won't come out and get animals unless they put them up themselves. And it's simply because MAC just doesn't have the manpower. On a given Saturday or Sunday, they have one officer for the entire county. And so if they are up in North Nashville and they get a call in Antioch, it's going to take forever for them to get out there. So I appreciate the thoughtful effort to include 3 new full-time employees. And I just wanted to call out some stats that I got from Metro Animal Control. And these numbers are just the last 6 months. They have answered nearly 7,500 calls for service. They have received nearly 1,500 dogs and cats and almost 365 wildlife and other animals. They have adopted out 431 dogs and cats. They've been able to return to owners 510 dogs and cats. They've been able to transfer to rescues 414 dogs and cats. They've been able to foster 367 animals. That's 221 dogs, 145 kittens, averaging 61 animals a month. They've been able to provide over 1,000 safety net assets. This is food, toys, cat litter, anything that any low-income family who's been needing help over this pandemic has been able to go to MAC and use the safety net service. So I really think MAC is an asset to this city that deserves more adequate funding, and I appreciate that this year we are giving them those 3 full-time employees. So I ask my colleagues to support this budget.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Young. Oh. Okay. I believe that's it. All right, so anybody else in the queue? Okay, seeing none, we are ready to vote on the substitute. Again, this is not, we're not voting on the budget, we're just accepting the substitute. Councilmember Hancock? All right, so Councilmember Hancock is apparently not signed in.
Sorry.
I'm looking for someone from IT. Okay.
So much for this going simple and easy.
I've hit sign.
Is anybody else not signed in? Everybody else in? So on this one, it's just an I vote, so we can do it. So, so there's nobody else in the queue. Councilmember Hancock, the vote's going to be a voice vote on the substitute.
That's great.
Okay, so we can go ahead and do that, and then we're going to try to get somebody from IT to come in and sign you in. All right, so nobody else in the queue. We are voting on the substitute, acceptance of the substitute. We're on BL 2021-736. The motion, again, is to approve the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. So, Councilmember Toombs, I'm going to go back to you. You're on your substitute, and we have amendments. Councilmember Toombs.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, am I moving the amendments for folks, or?
I can call on them. I'm just starting with you, and then I'm going to go
committee
to
report?
individuals with the amendments, if you'd like.
Okay. So on Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of amendment number 1, 12-4-0 against. Amendment number 2, 8 for, 1 against, 4 abstentions. Amendment number 3, 11 for, 0 against, 1 abstention. And there was no recommendation on the late filed amendment.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to start with amendment number 1. That is amendment number 1 by O'Connell, Mendez, and Henderson. Directs the Finance Department to perform analysis of all current pilot agreements with the Metropolitan government. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is an important collaboration with Metro Finance and the Mayor's office to ensure that we go forward without the feeling and sometimes the reality that we have chosen arbitrary amounts for pilots where large landholders actually within Metro or in quasi-governmental organizations adjacent to Metro pay in lieu of property taxes. And so this will, in my mind, help us not feel like when we are doing things that are, tantamount to a fiscal crisis, that we go looking for these organizations to contribute to the general fund, which is in effect what we did with Metro Water. This will let us plan around these, understand the amounts, how we arrived at those amounts, and generally leave us better positioned for the future. We all hope that we are not either with our public utility or with the general government of Metro in a position like we have been in the past few years ever again, but this will allow us to go forward, and I appreciate colleagues' consideration and encourage support.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell, motion to
yes, motion to approve.
Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. All right, seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on amendment number 1. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 1 is adopted. Amendment number 2, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't intend to offer this, and I'd like to offer a brief explanation, if that's all right.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you all, anybody who was here for Budget and Finance yesterday knows that we had a robust and frankly intense discussion about whether this was going to be an either-or approach or a both-and approach to how we pursue a new Department of Transportation and also invest in transit. I have just distributed, just before we began this budget discussion, a letter from the Mayor's office that confirms a commitment to include $26 million within the next initial bond resolution, the capital spending plan for the benefit of WEGO, Nashville MTA, and that is either to be submitted during the remainder of this calendar year or within the immediately subsequent calendar year. Obviously, there is a provision in there which I fully understand that presumes we avoid negative consequences to revenue capabilities from the potential July 27th special election. Further, there is a refinement of some of the roles among the 42 FTE positions that specifically include a dedicated transit multimodal planner and dedicated safety and vision zero specialist. I think I will say I stand in this body and able to serve in this role literally because transit changed my life. It was an enabling factor in my ability to buy a house, to reside in that house before I ever owned a car, and access both my job and whatever else I needed to access within the city, whether that was getting to the grocery store or getting to opportunities for recreation. So that is amplified by investments in complete streets infrastructure, including the Greenway spur that now extends into Morgan Park, just a few blocks from my house. All communities throughout Nashville benefit from these investments. Every single member of this body knows how difficult it has been to deliver basic infrastructure over the past couple of years in particular. And every member who was here for Budget and Finance has understood from Old Hickory into North Nashville, where route cuts have been, they have been significantly impactful. We are currently in a position where we cannot invest in transit service because we lack the capital capacity to do so under where we go. So I'm excited to know that this is an investment we will be making in the year to come, and I hope it meets the American Rescue Plan funding for better bus service we're going to offer. So with that, all of that said, I appreciate the administration's willingness to discuss this further and arrive at this outcome, and I do not intend to offer Amendment 2. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Before I move on, Councilmember Hancock, are you all set? Oh, okay. So Councilmember Hancock is on. We are on number 3, Amendment number 3 by Councilmember Sledge. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, as noted by the chair, Amendment 3 was recommended for approval. It increases allocation for Adventure Science Center. I want to explain what that is and why. Typically, basically pre-pandemic, the budget included an amount that tended to be around $175,000 to partially reimburse the center for free, reduced, subsidized admission, the vast bulk of which go to MNPS students. So a few of the Adventure Science Center board members had sent around basically the pre-pandemic year what their attendance had been on that field trips basically for students, and then other subsidized or free admission for low-income families. MNPS students alone, there were more than 9,600 of those free admissions. That total alone from MNPS was close to $200,000. So last year, because they were not doing these trips because obviously of COVID, that amount was taken out of the budget, and what this would do is partially restore what our historical level of funding has been. A couple years ago, it was around $175,000. With this increase, it would go to $125,000 total. A couple of quick notes. It comes from a contingency account that's not assigned to anything. And when we spoke in budget yesterday, there was some discussion about ARP funds. My hope is that perhaps the rest of this could potentially come from ARP. I have spoken with the administration about the availability of those funds potentially for this use. But I would ask colleagues, as they do get ready to start accepting students here in a couple of months, that we would go ahead and improve this amount so that they would be partially covered for the services they provide. Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Mayor.
All right. So, Councilmember Sledge, move to adopt Amendment number 3. Properly seconded. Discussion. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just for clarification, I know there are several of these nonprofits that are traditionally funded in our budget. What does this current budget look like with those nonprofits? Did they receive any funding in this budget, or is this an outlier?
I'm going to go. I got to go, Mr. Cooper first.
If you'll give me just a second, I'll pull up that page. I believe that the charter includes the authority to provide some direct appropriations to nonprofits by name. And I'm pretty sure that those are in here at their charter amounts, but I'm looking for the specific page. Is that right, Tom? Can you confirm that? Okay, here we go. So we have, and these are the charter identified appropriations. Nashville Symphony, $15,000. Adventure Science Center, $25,000. Humane Association, $12,500. And then there are also a couple of other nonprofits that are typically funded in the budget. That's Alignment Nashville and the Public Education Foundation.
Okay, so the amount that this amendment is asking for is more than what we would typically give them per the charter?
Per the charter, yes. Per practice, no. It's typically been in the 150 to 200 range.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get that information clarified.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. That's it in the queue. Anybody else? Okay, we are on amendment number 3. The motion is to approve. Nobody else in the queue. We'll try it by a voice vote. All those in favor of amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment number 3 passes. We have 2 late filed amendments which will require suspension of the rules. So the first one is by Councilmember Welsh. This is a late filed amendment, decreases the allocation to the Metro Nashville Police Department. In Section 1, Schedule B, I should have said everybody should have a copy of the summary of operating budget and CIB amendment. This decreases the allocation to the Metro Nashville Police Department in Section 1, Schedule B by $6,800,000 and increases the allocation for the Metro Nashville Public School General Purpose Fund in Section 1, Schedule E by $6,800,000. School psychologists and nurses. Councilmember Welsh, I'm going to recognize you because you'll need to call for suspension of the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to call for suspension of the rules.
All right. So the way this works is, did this go before the Rules Committee?
It did.
Councilmember Johnston, I recognize you first. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We had no objection to the suspension of the rules.
All right. So the way this works is Councilmember Welsh has moved to suspend the rules to get this before us tonight. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? I need to see hands. So I see more than 2 hands. So the rules are not suspended, so the amendment cannot be considered. Okay, we have one more late filed amendment by Councilmember Hurt. This is Councilmember Hurt decreases the allocation to the Metro Nashville Police Department. Section 1, Schedule B by $50,000, increases allocation to General Sessions Court. Section 1, Schedule B by $50,000 for the Mental Health Court Program. Councilmember Hurt, I'm recognizing you for motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm not going to ask to suspend the rules because I have withdrawn the amendment, but I would like to say that I am very much interested in making sure that the entire ecosystem of mental health is addressed. And that was the purpose of the amendment, but I've been out of the country for the past week and found out that allocation had been taken care of, and I'm very much appreciative of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. All right, that takes care of all the amendments. Councilmember Toombs, I'm back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval of the substitute as amended.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs, so let me make sure we're clear. I'm going to make sure Mr. Cooper is with me. So this body has approved the substitute, accepted the substitute, and we have put on that substitute amendment number 1 and amendment number 3. Those are the 2 amendments that are on, 1 and 3. So Councilmember Toombs is moving to approve her substitute budget with those 2 amendments on. That's a proper motion. Councilmember Porterfield seconds. So this will make the budget. Correct, Mr. Cooper? So we are on the budget. Questions? Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to speak before, but was advised to wait until we're ready to do the budget. But I wanted to add to the praise for the budget chair and the vice chair for a job well done. I think this is a great budget. The part that I want to highlight is the advocacy centers for the schools that make sure that we have it in every school. I think it's also important to state that while it was a very difficult budget year last year, we did a tough thing by increasing property taxes. And we wouldn't have been able to do some of the things we're doing tonight if not for that raise. I know it may not be popular, but that's something we had to do. And I think as the conversation goes on about what happened next, I think it's important for our community to understand that we cannot invest in the community if we don't have the funds to invest in the community. And with that, I ask for approval of the substitute budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Suara. Anybody else wanting to speak on the budget? All right, we are ready to vote. We are on BL 2021-736, substitute budget by Councilmember Toombs with 2 amendments, amendment number 1 and amendment number 3. Councilmember Toombs has moved the budget, again, properly seconded. We are ready to vote. We'll try this by voice vote. All those in favor of the budget, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The budget is passed. All right, so not so fast. We got to approve the tax levy. All right. So we're now on BL 2021-737 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2021-2022 year, declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a committee report.
All right, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, back to you for a motion on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on BL 2021-737. Councilmember Porterfield is recognized for the second. Discussion on BL 2021-737. Seeing none, we are ready to vote. We are on BL 2021-737. All those in favor of the bill signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. BL 2021-737 passes. That is the tax levy. That takes care of those three bills altogether. I would indicate that before we get out of here tonight, I need the charter requires that the Urban Council meets. I am hereby appointing Councilmember Mendez, Councilmember Allen, and Councilmember Toombs to be on that committee. You will need to come up here before we leave tonight and actually sign the document, okay? So don't forget, we'll chase you down, all right? All right, we are now back on consent resolutions and resolutions. We are ready for consent resolutions. Let me go through these and make sure we've got these correct. The items on the consent agenda. The first one is item number 7, RS 2021-988.
So he's asked that 988.
Oh, okay. So 988 and 989 are off. Okay, so I'm sorry. Let me take that off. I'm going to switch pens. Okay, the first one on the consent agenda is RS 2021-990. 991, 992, 993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 99, 1000, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1005, and 1006.
That's for 999 to come off.
Okay. 991 is also off.
999.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so 991 stays on. It's 999 that comes off. Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pull 1005.
Okay. 1005 comes off consent. Okay. Anything else? Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized. Oh, same one, 1005, okay. Okay, anybody else? All right, we are on 990, RS 990. Okay, here we go. Resolution, this is by Toombs, Welsh, and Swara, a resolution accepting a parental assistance court grant from the Tennessee Department of Human Services to the Metro government acting through the Davidson County Juvenile Court for additional staff to provide opportunities for and meet the needs of eligible low-income families who have a court-ordered child support obligation. 991 by Councilmember Toombs, resolution authorizing extension of the Metropolitan Government's water and sewer revenue commercial paper program and the amendment of the terms of the credit facility related thereto. RS 2021-992 by Murphy and Nash. Resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2021-615 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to add phasing and to modify the acceptance of new public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for 3 properties located at 7150 and 7154 Nolensville Road and Nolensville Road unnumbered in Williamson County. RS 2021-993 by Withers, Swara, Toombs, and Welsh. Resolution approving the appropriation of $471,239 of income in the Capital Mall Urban Development Action Grant to the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency for the construction of affordable housing at Envision Casey. RS 2021-994 by Toombs, Taylor, Welsh, and Swara. Resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to provide the Community Health Access and Navigation in Tennessee, the CHANT program, to deliver comprehensive care coordination services to eligible families and children. RS 2021-995 by Toombs, Taylor, and Welsh, a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a contract by and between the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Health, the Board of Health, and the Tennessee Department of Health for arbovirus testing of mosquito samples for West Nile virus. RS 2021-996 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, Welsh, Hancock, and Hurt. A resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health for the ongoing collection of data on ambient air concentrations for fine particulate matter in Nashville, Tennessee. RS 2021-997 by Toombs, Taylor, and Bradford. A resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Metro Animal Care and Control to the Metropolitan Government through the Board of Health to provide emergency medical care to animals at Metro Animal Care and Control. RS 2021-998 by Toombs, Taylor, Welsh, and Bradford. A resolution approving a Partners in Protection Shelter Program participation agreement for discounts between the Metropolitan Government through the Metropolitan Board of Health and Boehringer Ingelheim Animal Health USA, Inc. offer discounted vaccines and medicines for shelter animals at Metro Animal Care and Control. RS 2021-1000 by Gamble and Hurt, resolution to approve a MOU entered into by and between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives and the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department as it relates to an investigative team addressing neighborhood shootings and violent crime reduction task force to implement an effective, sustainable, intelligent-driven strategy to reduce gun-related violence in the Nashville metropolitan area. RS 2021-1001 by Toombs and Gamble, resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration acting by and through the Office of Criminal Justice Programs to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metro Nashville Police Department to reimburse costs associated with the response to the Christmas Day bombing on 2nd Avenue. RS 2021-1002 by Toombs, Gamble, and Hancock, a resolution approving an application for a Project Safe Neighborhood Grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to reduce gun violence in Nashville. RS 2021-1003 by Toombs and Gamble, a resolution accepting a grant from Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Emergency Management to provide resources to procure items, training, and or equipment for hazardous material preparedness. And RS 2021, I've got 2 more. No, 1005 is off, so I've got one last one. RS 2021-1006 by Councilmember Stiles, Virtue, Toombs, and others. A resolution recognizing June as Black Music Month in Nashville and Davidson County. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I hit my request to speak to pull 1006 off, but
Okay.
I think it didn't show.
All right, so RS 2021-1006 is pulled from the consent calendar. Anybody else? Any other items need to be pulled off the consent calendar? Okay. All right, let me get committee reports. First, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized for Budget and Finance on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of RS 2021-990, 991, 993, 994, 995, 996, 997, 998, 1001, and 1003, 11 for, 0 against. and RS 2021-1002, 12-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Taylor, you got Health and Hospitals.
Health and Hospitals approved. RS 2021-986, substitute 5 in favor, 0 against. 994, 5 in favor, 0 against. 995, 997, and 998, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. 996, you get that one? You may have said it, I just missed it as it was coming through.
996, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, and Historical voted 15 in favor, 0 against on RS 2021-992.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval for RS 999, 1000, 1001, 1002, and 1003, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against on RS 2021-992.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Nash. And before I get to Councilmember Johnston, Councilmember Bradford, your button is still pushed. Okay, Councilmember Bradford.
Yes, I messed up earlier. Instead of 1005, I was wanting 1004 instead. I gone backwards.
Okay, hold on. 1004? Okay,
Correct.
so that is not on consent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so all right, we had pulled 1005 off consent for you. So for you too. So it's okay. All right. All right, just checking. All right. So Councilmember Johnston, you're the last one to be recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Everything that we had was on consent agenda, but I'm happy to move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, so let me see. Let's make sure I've got this. So 1005 was off and 1006 are off. So Councilmember Johnston moves approval of the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any questions? Councilmember Bradford, your button is still pushed. I'm just making sure. Okay. Okay. Nobody else in the queue? We're voting on the consent agenda. All those in favor of the consent agenda say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Consent agenda passes. Okay, let's go back and we're going to dig through this because let me make sure I've got all this correct. All right, so go back to the very beginning, back to page 2. This is, we have taken up item number 1. We are now on item number 2. It is RS 2021-950 by Councilmember Hall. This is a resolution approving the property at 4601 Ashland City Highway to be used for a waste transfer facility. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Withdrawn.
Okay. That resolution is withdrawn.
Wait.
Hold on.
We got confirmation today that the applicant withdrew the BZA application, so therefore a withdrawal is appropriate tonight. If they ever refile, then the shot clock restarts at that time.
Okay, everybody good? Okay. All right, we move on. We're on RS 2021-974. That's item number 3. This is Councilmember Toombs, Nash, Withers, and others. Resolution approving an agreement between CSX Transportation and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through its Department of Public Works, for payment to CSXT for costs incurred due to maintenance and repairs of 4 bridges, Jefferson Street, Hamilton Avenue, Eastland Avenue, Sitco Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
All right, Public Works. Where is Councilmember Nash? He's walking around talking to Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized. Okay, so Councilmember Nash, just to give you some help, we are on RS 2021-974. This matter was referred to the Public Works Committee.
Yes, I find it. Thank you. I was taking care of other business, Mr. Vice Mayor. We voted for a one-meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, a one-meeting deferral. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for a one-meeting deferral.
Okay, so the motion is to move this for one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? All those in favor of the deferral for one meeting say aye. Opposed, no. The resolution is deferred one meeting. The next one is RS 2021-985 by Councilmember Toombs, Rutherford, and Hurt. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, excluding employees of the Board of Health, Board of Education, the Police, and Fire Departments, effective July 1st, 2021. And unless there's an objection, we can take the next two together, RS 2021-986. Any objections to taking them together? Okay. Without objection, RS 2021-986 by Toombs, Rutherford, Taylor, and Hurt. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1st, 2021. And the last one, which is item number 6, RS 2021-987 by Councilmembers Toombs, Rutherford, Gamble, and Hurt. Resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1st, 2021. Councilmember Toombs, you're the sponsor in all three. Recognizing you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have committee report.
All right, your budget and finance for all three.
Budget and Finance recommended approval of Resolution 2021-985, 986, and 987 as substituted, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, I've got Personnel. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized on, I believe, all three.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On all three, personnel voted to recommend 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. I've got Health and Hospitals. Councilmember Taylor. You've got one. It's RS 2021-986.
986. We approve the substitute, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. All right. And then I think the last one is Public Safety. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety recommended approval of 987 as substituted, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for all the committee reports. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs. I think you've got a substitute on all three.
I'd like to move the substitute on all three.
All right, so Councilmember Toombs has moved the substitute on 985, 986, and 987. Mr. Cooper, this is the same substitute, is that correct?
That's correct. It incorporates the additional increment and 1% open range that the budget funded.
Okay, so it's the same substitute on all three separate resolutions. So the motion is to approve the substitute on all three, properly seconded. Any questions? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're going to vote on the substitute on all three. All those in favor of the substitute on 985, 986, 987, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitutes adopted. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs, on your resolutions as substituted.
Move for approval as substituted.
All right, so the motion is to approve all three, 985, 986, 987 as substituted. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we're voting on all three. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. We are now on RS 2021-988 by Councilmembers Toombs, Sledge, Hart, Benedict, and Saguara. This is a resolution repealing the additional privilege tax on litigation applied to criminal cases as established in resolution number RS 2008-490. And we take 989 with it. And we can take RS 2021-989 with it. Councilmember Toombs, Sledge, Hurt, Benedict, and Saguara. Resolution repealing resolution numbers R84-128 pertaining to the assessment and collection of a fee to defray the cost of representing indigent defendants. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Actually, Councilman Taylor probably should have been the lead sponsor on these two resolutions, and he has signed on as sponsor. Can I yield to him to handle?
You can certainly yield. Is that, Madam Clerk, we got Councilmember Taylor on. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor the point, but in March of 2018, the Brookings Institution wrote a report that cited 37208 as the highest incarceration zip code in the country. And
yeah. Hey.
And
we're on a resolution. Go ahead.
And so as we went through this report, we formulated a committee. And in this committee, we were able to highlight 2 areas that we wanted to work to eliminate areas of incarceration. So 1, we wanted to support reparations and reentry. And 2, we wanted to prevent incarceration through our youth programs. Our first priority was to reform the criminal justice fines and fees program. And these 2 items do that today. Our budget also did that for us today as well. And so I'm happy to say that we're reducing criminal justice fines and fees by over 50% with the help of the 37208 committee. And we truly appreciate that. And so as we dig deeper into the report by the Brookings Institute, it really highlighted that the incarceration correlation with poverty was extremely strong. And so removing those pieces of poverty is one of the first steps that we could take. And so I'm very proud to say that after about 1.5 years, this committee was able to do such thing and to add that to our budget and to remove those fees that individuals are paying here as a criminal justice. So now we're not profiting off of criminals in the criminal justice system. Thank you.
All right. So, Councilmember Taylor, I think I need a motion on both these, 988 and 989.
Perfect. I would like to move both 988 and 989.
All right. Thank you. I got a motion and a second. We're on RS 2021-988 and 989. I also think I need budget reports. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of Resolution 2021-987 and 988. Am I reading the right ones? No. 988 and 989, 12-4-0 against.
All right. So that's the committee report. Councilmember Taylor, back to you. I just need your motion again.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve both 988 and 989. Everybody good? All right. Properly seconded. We're Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, I truly believe that we need to, our court system needs to stop nickeling and diming and funding our justice system on the back of defendants. I have a few concerns about when we take these fees out of the system, how we are going to be paying for the services. And so if someone from the administration could just give us a little bit more understanding of what services, if any, are being cut and what services are being maintained and how they're being funded, because I do think it is important that the funding that is created by these fees, it does go to help indigent defendants, and so I want to make sure that those services are being maintained. So if we could just get those reassurances just a little bit further on the record here tonight.
Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Thank you, Vice Mayor. The study that was conducted on this applies to both criminal and civil litigation fees, and the determination was made was that it was actually generating a rather de minimis amount from the criminal sector, I believe less than $150,000. The intent of the study was known prior to the submission of the original operating budget, and that contingency was made to make sure there was no lost cost or revenue necessary for courthouse maintenance. So there's no significant impact or no impact whatsoever to what these fees were applied toward. But the intent was to lessen the impact on the criminal defendant population, the majority of which tends toward indigency and an inability to pay the fines and fees, as you referenced.
Right, correct. So I'm not as concerned about the fees that were going towards security or upkeep or maintenance, I think you referred to, for the courthouse. I feel very confident that will be funded in other ways or found other ways in the budget. I just wanted to make sure that the Indigent Defendants Fund was not being negatively impacted in any way, and if it was, that there is a commitment from the administration and this body to continue to fully fund and support our indigent defendants, because I think that is something that any civil society would do for our fellow neighbors, regardless of status. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. I've got Councilmember O'Connell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to support both of these measures, and then we've got a bill on first reading that also fits under the umbrella of the work that the 37208 committee started and continues. That was not a committee that submitted a report and stopped working under Chair Taylor's leadership. We have continued to press first for the completion and release of the Reducing Reliance on Criminal Fines and Fees report, and now taking action here. In addition to these two resolutions, this one is called the public defender fee, though it does not actually get remitted directly to the public defender in the same way that the jailer's fee was not a part of their operations. We also are eliminating administratively 3 fees, 1 a late payment fee within the criminal court clerk's office, and 2 fees within the Davidson County Sheriff's Office. That, again, all of these fees were charged to people fundamentally for the crime of being poor, and I think this is important to eliminate these fees. So thank you, and I encourage support here.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
As well. I think there's a correlation. Every time people are charged fines and they're not able to pay it, it results in more punishment and more incarceration and more jail time. And so we have to take a step somewhere. And I think this is something that is a good outcome of that report that is done. We have to keep looking at it little by little. So eliminating these fees, these 2 fees, I think is a big step. And I want to applaud everyone that worked on making it happen. So I'm in support.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Taylor, you want to be recognized again?
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank everyone for the work on this.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. So, so we are, ma'am, so, so as much as I appreciate your, sir, you're interrupting a council meeting, sir. So, ma'am, we had a public hearing 2 weeks ago. Some of you may have come. You are. So, ma'am. Well, so, ma'am, if you will listen to me, we understand this. I think some of us do understand the situation, but you cannot take over the council meeting to do this. Ma'am, we are happy to talk to you outside, okay? But that's after the meeting. We are in the. No, sir. So we understand that. We have already passed our budget. We are in the middle of a council meeting. We are happy. I am happy to come back. Yeah. So, ma'am,
Are they in your district?
Huh? So, first of all, first of all, we'd like to give the signs back. Okay. All right. All right, because we had seen the signs, and we had not asked them to be taken away. So, so second of all, I think we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and I, along with a couple of other members, Affordable Housing, Councilmember Suara, Councilmember Allen, would you join me, and let's go back and talk. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess until 8 o'clock.
Comments are priceless.
Okay. All right, thank you for returning to your seats, and thank you for important conversation that we had in the back. And there are certain meetings that are now planned, and so I would thank Councilmember Allen and Councilmember Suara, and there were a host of other council members and a host of people in the back. All right, so let me remind you where we are. We are on Councilmember Taylor's, I believe you had a motion to approve 2 resolutions, and that's where we were. And I'm looking back, there's no one in the queue. So Councilmember Taylor, I'm going to come back to you. Let me make sure I know where we are. We're on RS 2021-988 and 989.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I would like to renew my motion to approve.
Okay, so it's a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on 988 and 989. Any questions, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of those 2 resolutions say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolutions are adopted. So Mr. Cooper reminded me that one of the things that we probably should have taken up before was the CIB. It's the last bill on here. It's on page 25. It's BL 2021-752. We have to get that passed tonight, okay? We'll go back to everything else, but I just want to make sure we get this one done. It's item number 67, BL 2021-752. Without objection, we're going to take that one up right now. So this is by Councilmember Toombs and Murphy. It's an ordinance adopting the 2021, 2022 through 2026, 2027 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government as the official capital improvements budget of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for fiscal year 2021-2022. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. Planning, Zoning, and Historical voted, I think we were down to 13 in favor, 0 against, with 8 of the 9 amendments on it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as amended, 9-4-0 against.
Okay. So, Councilmember Toombs, I think best thing is to go ahead and move the bill, and I'll get a second, and then I'll start going through the amendments. Okay?
Move for approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on BL 2021-752. Let's go through the amendments one at a time. There's, again, a list on your desk that actually will take us through, okay? So the first one is amendment number 1 by Councilmember Toombs. Deletes $50 million omnibus project for revenue-backed improvements of revenue-producing facilities for the Metropolitan Government and adds $10 million for the farm and market facilities improvement, $25 million for municipal auditoriums, and a number of items. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Director Cooper, help me out on this Amendment 1. I don't need to move this based off the committee recommendation.
The committee disapproved it. It's up to you whether you want to move it or not.
I'm not going to move it.
Okay, so withdraw the amendment.
And then we can probably take all the rest of them together.
Okay, so Mr. Cooper is telling me that between amendment number 2 through amendment number 9, we can take them all together. That's okay. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go through them so you know what they are. They're on your piece of paper. Number 2 by Councilmember Mendez deletes $50 million omnibus project for revenue-backed improvements of revenue-producing facilities for the Metropolitan government. Number 3 is by Councilmember Mendez, amends a certain project, an engineering project, and adds no funds for any participation agreement for private development shall be expended unless and until the participation agreement has been approved by the Metro Council by ordinance. Amendment number 4 by Councilmember Mendez amends a certain project number for capital projects, water projects language, and says other water main replacement projects as identified shall not be in excess of $5 million unless approved by the Metro Council by resolution prior to expenditures. Amendment number 5 by Councilmember Mendez deletes $25 million in the miscellaneous funds division and $25 million for proposed GO bonds, an omnibus project for capital allocations for economic development projects in Nashville, and adds a new project, $50 million for capital allocations for economic development projects in Davidson County. Amendment number 6 by Councilmember Druville adds a new project, homeless housing, $3 million, proposed GO bonds for fiscal year 22. Amendment number 7 by Councilmember Murphy adds a new project, the Bowling Avenue stormwater improvements. It's $500,000. Amendment number 8, Rosenberg amends the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the Hillwood High School replacement in Bellevue to move from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 22, increase the amount from $15 million to $29 million. And amendment number 9 by Councilmember Sledge amends the fairgrounds sites improvement to increase total requests from $75 million to $100 million. This is all, again, remember, in the capital improvements budget. All right, those are amendments number 2 through 9. So I'm going to ask Councilmember Mendez, would you move all those amendments? You've got the first one anyway. So moved. Okay, so Councilmember Mendez moves the amendments. Councilmember Sledge, you've got the last one, so you second it. Okay. So discussion on the amendments. We can take them. Oh, okay. Committee. So the committee reports, I think there were some in there, but let's get them again. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs on amendments number 2 through 9.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of amendments 2 through 9, 9-4-0 against.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Murphy, 2 through 9.
Planning and Zoning, 2 through 9, 13 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. All right, so I've got a motion to approve amendments number 2 through 9 on the capital improvements budget. I've got a second discussion on those amendments. Okay, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of amendments 2 through 9, say aye. Opposed, no. The amendments pass. So we're back on BL 2021-752 as amended. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Move for approval as amended.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved for BL 2021-752 as amended for passage, properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2021-752 as amended, say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes. All right, so now we're back on we are now on, I believe, item number 10, RS 2021-991. It's on page 5 of my calendar.
That one was not pulled off. 999 was pulled off.
Okay.
991 was on consent.
Okay. Checking my consent calendar. Okay, so okay. All right, so where are we? We're on
999.
999, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so item number 18, I think, had been pulled off. Okay, everybody with me? We're on page 7 of the calendar. RS 2021-999. RS 2021-999. I'm on page 7 of my calendar. It's item number 18. All right, it's, the sponsor is Councilmember Gamble. Resolution to approve an MOU between the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the Police Department, Fire Department, Bureau of Investigation as it relates to Metro Nashville Arson and Explosives Task Force, collective coordination of resources and assets to investigate the criminal misuse of fire and explosives in Nashville. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe we heard committee reports. Do we need to go through that again?
Do it again just for,
Committee reports.
it's yours, Public Safety.
Public Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and I need a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve RS 2021-999, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I asked to have this pulled off of consent because based on the committee meeting, there's a potential that this was related to steps taken after the Christmas Day bombing. And I just wanted to mention briefly the discussion in the committee. So this bill has MNPD joining a task force with federal and state law enforcement agencies to deal with bomb and explosive threats. There have been times in the past where Metro has participated in this task force, but in recent years, Metro has not. And so this is an MOU that would have us rejoining. I think certainly in light of the fact that it seemed like I think the police department has said now that there wasn't maybe as much done to deal with the report a year or so before the bombing. I think this is a good idea for better communication. In the committee meeting, Commander Gilder promised to get the council more information about the exact origination of this MOU, whether it is in fact related to trying to take steps after the bombing to improve services and communication, or whether it's just a coincidence of timing. He promised to get that information to Chair Gamble, who will share it with the council, and that'll make it a public record. I think this resolution is a good idea, but I wanted to at least mention it because it's potentially, according to the committee meeting, related to the bombing.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Gamble, I'll come to you next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Mendez, for making that point and asking for that verification of information. I did receive an email from Officer Gilder, Captain Gilder, and he said that he was able to confirm that discussions were first brought up in October of 2020 by the ATF special agent in charge for the Nashville area, and that someone who was new to their office at the time brought the concept to Nashville from another city in which they were working. So it appears that there were discussions about this MOU agreement prior to the bombing, which happened in December of 2020. And as you stated, though, this does help bring more communication and collaboration that will help keep Nashville safer from future events like we experienced. So thank you.
Councilor Mendez. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Thanks, Councilmember, for following up on that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. Nobody else in the queue. We're on RS 2021-999. Ready to vote? All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Okay, we're now on item number 23, RS 2021-1004 by Council Members Vercher, Hertzstyle, Sepulveda, Lee, and Benedict. It is a resolution requesting the Metropolitan Civil Service Commission to provide employees the option of observing Juneteenth as a Metropolitan government holiday instead of Veterans Day. Councilmember Vercher, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I almost fell back here. What this resolution is, we did some work as it related to Juneteenth a year ago. I believe that's when the initial resolution was filed. What this is that we're asking them to put in place where employees actually have the choice. This isn't taking away Veterans Day. As a veteran, I wouldn't do that. But Juneteenth this year falls on the weekend, and also next year it falls on the weekend. So we just passed a budget. So we can't vote on it being a paid holiday this year because we just passed the budget to fund us for next year. So what this does, it will allow employees in the interim to choose if they want to celebrate Juneteenth or if they want to celebrate Veterans Day as a choice. They won't be losing anything, but it'll be up to the employee while we work on actually moving it to a paid holiday. And also, this work is being done on the federal level as well, too. So it may eventually become a federal holiday anyway because the Senate has passed it as a federal holiday. So it just has to go through the House now, I believe. So there is an amendment that I would like to put on this resolution, Vice Mayor, so that it's just a matter of record of what we're stating today, what it would cost for this to be a paid holiday. Do I have to suspend the rules?
Well, first of all, I need a committee report.
Oh.
So I'm going to Councilmember Rutherford.
I know,
after that
retired.
long explanation, Councilmember Rutherford, personnel.
Committee reports, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Personnel Committee recommended deferral until the first meeting in September, 5 in favor, 0 against, but also wanted me to include in the committee report that the committee is strongly in favor of the Juneteenth holiday and request further discussion on the best way to go about accomplishing that. And that discussion should also include the HR department who was present at the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. So for the committee and colleagues, HR, they was actually involved in the process and suggested Veterans Day with it being the newer holiday. And again, this isn't taking away a holiday from employees. It's just giving them the choice. Again, we can't do it for this year. So this resolution actually gives them the authority to begin the work for next year. We've already passed the budget, so they don't have the choice of allowing it to be a paid holiday and for this budget for next year, because we just passed the budget that did not include additional funding for a Veterans Day and a Juneteenth holiday. What this is doing is saying, okay, employees can choose either to observe Juneteenth, which falls on a holiday next year, which would mean it would be observed on a Monday, or they can decide to celebrate or observe Veterans Day. This simply adds a choice to the employees while all these other variables are going on as it relates to Juneteenth. Like I just stated, it may eventually end up becoming a federal holiday anyway.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher, actually, you do have an amendment that you want to put on, correct?
Yes, I want it on there for the record because that's what they say as of today, what it would cost. So while we're still doing the work, it may change between now and next year, Vice Mayor, so yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Vercher is moving the amendment, okay, properly seconded. She's explained what the amendment is. Questions on the amendment? Councilmember Withers? On the okay. Councilmember Porterfield? Okay. Anybody else wanting to speak on the amendment? Okay, so we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, the amendment is on. Now we're on the resolution as amended. All right, so Councilmember Vercher, I'm coming back to you for a motion on the resolution as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the resolution as amended.
Okay, so I got a motion properly seconded. Councilmember Withers, now to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Again, we had a great discussion in the Personnel Committee, and all of us are totally in support of seeing what we can do to recognize Juneteenth not only as a holiday that the Metro government officially recognizes, but also that works with our employees. But there were some kind of, I think, technical issues about how we would actually work that out with different departments. And we heard from the Personnel Committee, had great discussion with Director Hall from Human Resources. And I'm wondering if, in support of the reason why Personnel recommended a couple of months for deferral, if we could hear from Human Resources about maybe some of those technical matters that it might take a little bit of time to work through to make this the most effective implementation that we can have.
Ms. Hall?
Thank you. I did have a conversation with Council Lady Vercher. Maybe there was something that might have been lost in translation, but we don't currently, we either have paid holidays or we don't. We don't have them where you can swap them out. And one of the things I need to think through is I think we need to start working with departments to figure out how this would work. I can see where there may be some departments where doing the swap out holiday could be problematic, where other departments and divisions may have autonomous work that would allow this to translate more easily. But I feel like we need to, one, talk with departments about how we could do the swap out to make sure that we don't inadvertently have half crews that aren't able to accomplish the work that they need to for the day as a result of the selection. And then also make sure that we are doing this in a way so that it's consistent both for civil service employees and non-civil service employees, because a third of our workforce is non-civil service. And all holidays, the way we've approached this as a government is that all employees get the benefit of all choices and holidays, if that makes any sense. So just some logistics to help figure out, because this is not a concept that we've ever done before. So time for us to kind of think through and work through how that might work. And working with the sponsor would be helpful with the deferral.
Councilmember Withers.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that everyone heard that our committee is fully in support of trying to work through it. We just want to deliver it. I think the Personnel Committee wants to deliver the solution in a way that is most impactful and beneficial to our employees as well as our government, so that rather than just having it be a day that we recognize that it could be a holiday, but it sounds like there are just some technical things that it might take a little bit of time to work through. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so let me tell you where we are. Councilmember Vercher has moved her resolution as amended for passage tonight. Obviously, Personnel has did a deferral motion, but it's up to the council member or anybody else. So
yeah, and Vice Mayor, can you come back to me as the sponsor?
Yeah, there's nobody else in the queue. So, Council, I'm just telling people where we are. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. So we want a 6-month deferral while we can't pass it tonight and work out those technicalities. Because the resolution, as a body, we wouldn't get into the weeds or outlining the technicalities in our resolution anyway.
Mr. Cooper, so it sounds like you want to go ahead and pass it tonight, but
yeah, because we're wanting to ask them, we're asking them to take action. So if we don't pass the resolution, we're not on the record of asking them to take action. I mean, I could do a letter and put it on my official letterhead and send it to Director Hall if we want to go that route. But as a body, we wouldn't be on the record unless colleagues want to go on the letter with me.
So I think I'm.
I'm open. I mean, I've been through this before when we did the Veterans Day.
Does she want to defer?
She wants to move the resolution tonight.
Yeah, I think you want to move the resolution tonight.
Yeah, because essentially this wouldn't. So if
you won't create it. You won't
right.
create the holiday.
Yes.
Okay. Everybody. I'm just trying to make sure we've got it.
So the council this time last year passed a resolution asking. I believe they passed a resolution asking the Civil Service Commission to look at making this a holiday.
I sponsored that.
We were in the pandemic, so I think that there were other things going on. This resolution is slightly different in that it asks them to create basically this alternative either-or holiday. Councilmember Vercher is correct. It is memorializing, so it doesn't obligate the Civil Service Commission to do anything or take any action. But it would be the council going on record in support of that approach.
So, okay, so again, where we are is Councilmember Vercher has moved the resolution as amended. It's properly seconded. I do have people now in the queue. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I was just wondering, what is the status of the one from last year with the Civil Service Commission? You said in the pandemic, but did it just get dropped? Is it going to be looked at again?
Ms. Hall?
That resolution, when passed, was asking the Civil Service Commission to allow employees to take that day off if they wanted to observe it. There's no civil service rule change needed for that. That is an option available today. And I confirmed with the sponsor that that was not a sponsored paid holiday. That wasn't what was proposed in last year. So there was no additional, it was just saying, please allow employees to take their own time off for Juneteenth if they want to. We confirmed that that was already happening and that there was no additional action that needed with the commission. So this one is slightly different. And I think to Director Cooper's point, and just if it, I think to Council Lady Vercher's point, I understand her point of just going on and advancing this because it is just a request at this point, and that we could then work behind the scenes. I think if, as long as the council understood, until we could work out the details on how to execute and make this equitable, both for civil service and non-civil.
That's okay. You can go ahead.
Yeah, keep talking.
So that, as long as, with the understanding from the council that if this passes tonight, we would work behind the scenes with appropriate parties, but wouldn't bring something to the commission formally until we could work out some of those details.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining. And I really appreciate Council Lady Vercher bringing this up. I, of course, being co-chair of the Veterans Caucus, don't like people having to choose either or, and I would like a Juneteenth holiday as well. And my company has added that to our list of holidays, and I think it'd be something great to consider. So I'll vote in favor of this. It can be considered by the Civil Service Commission. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. I've got Councilmember Pulley. You're recognized. Hold on. There you go.
Got me now?
Yeah.
Just one other quick question for the director. I know we talked about working this out. Is there also, this resolution deals with basically an either-or situation between June 19th and Veterans Day. Is it possible that in trying to work through this, then there can be an impasse where you really can't allow for that as an option? Giving the employees a choice of one or the other due to the problems that might possibly come up with the departments?
It's possible, but I think there seems like there's a willingness, certainly from the council, from the committee discussion I heard today, and certainly from our office, there seems to be a commitment to trying to make this a permanent holiday at some point in the near future. So to the extent we couldn't work out an either or this year or next year, I feel pretty confident with the spirit of the discussions I've heard with council and in our office that we could look at maybe making this its own permanent holiday, which would be significantly less problematic. But we'd have to still work with the appropriate parties on the non-civil service side to make sure everybody got to benefit from that holiday.
Sure. I understand, and I fully support the effort to make June 19th its own separate holiday. If we pass this, I just want you to know that, and the Civil Service Commission to understand that the council certainly understands if this becomes so problematic that you couldn't make it happen. I can see the pitfalls there. So I appreciate this discussion. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I too support the idea of instituting a holiday for Juneteenth. My question is, if we pass this bill tonight, would that negate efforts to make it its own holiday? Would all of the efforts be on the either or, and we wouldn't pursue the holiday, or would we need to introduce or reintroduce Councilmember Vercher's initial resolution to Director Cooper? It looks like you.
So we just pulled up the resolution from last year, and it asked the Civil Service Commission to make Juneteenth an official Metro holiday. It did not say a paid holiday, but it said official Metro holiday. So I think that request is enough for them to explore having it created as a paid holiday. I don't think there would need to be any subsequent action taken by the council.
Although,
until it actually is created.
So to be clear, if we pass this resolution tonight, that would not negate or...
It would not negate the prior resolution. It doesn't repeal the one that was passed last year.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Now, Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I thought you forgot about me back here.
No, there's I think you had spoken already at least once on this thing. I believe.
have
I
not.
wasn't sure. So
didn't,
there's
but
a
that's
rule
okay.
that says that, so that's why I was holding on you. But I was going to come back to you.
All good, Vice Mayor. I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right.
I stand in strong support of my colleagues' legislation here. I do understand that it may take time to work through the logistics, but as my colleague has already stated, the next 2 Juneteenths will be on a weekend. So we will not be looking at a Monday through Friday, a work day until 2023. So that will give us the opportunity to work with HR through any type of logistics that need to be worked through. I'm not sure if everyone here feels the gravity of the Juneteenth holiday and why this is so important to African Americans here in the United States. But this is very similar to our 4th of July, our Independence Day. And this is something that is extremely, extremely important to our community. And it is a cultural holiday. And we are asking that people be given a choice on how they want to spend the holiday, if they would like to observe Veterans Day or if they would like to observe Juneteenth. And as a veteran, I don't think that this, is to, I know that the sponsor's intent is not to slight Veterans Day. We appreciate the service that the veterans in our country have rendered to us. We appreciate it so much, but we are asking that people have a choice. And with that, I ask my colleagues to please support. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you. All right. That's it in the queue. Any other discussion? Okay. So we are on RS 2021-1004 as amended. No one else in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolution as amended is adopted. All right. Thank you. Okay, we are now on RS 2021-1005 by Council Members Gamble, Vercher, Taylor, Stiles, Suara, and a host of others. Resolution recognizing June 19, 2021 as Juneteenth in Nashville and Davidson County and commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Rules and confirmation, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, confirmations, and public elections voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
I just want to say that while Juneteenth, June 19th, is a day to commemorate the end of slavery in the United States, it is also a day to support African American culture, art, music, food, and business. And there are Juneteenth celebrations going on all across the city of Nashville, including the Brothers Roundtable event in Parkwood, Black Lives Matter event on Woodland Street, and the Equity Alliance Black Business Expo on Buchanan Street, to name a few. I encourage colleagues to seek out events happening in your districts, share the information with constituents, and support the events. Juneteenth is a day for people of all races and backgrounds to come together to celebrate and honor the contributions that Black Americans have made and continue to make our city and our nation great for all. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Council Member. We have a motion to approve Resolution RS 2021-1005, again properly seconded. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to request for my name to be added. I think I forgot to send an email.
Okay. Councilmember Sepulveda will be added to the resolution. Okay. Councilmember Withers. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could we perhaps add the names of all members voting in affirmative to the legislation?
Any objection to adding everybody on? Seeing none, or at least hearing none, everybody will be added as a sponsor on this one, RS 2021-1005. Councilman Withers has already been recognized. I'm checking to make sure that nobody else is in the queue. All right, ready to vote? All those in favor of RS 2021-1005, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. RS 2021-1005 passes. We're on RS 2021-1006, Councilmember Stiles, Virtual Toombs, and others. Resolution recognizing June as Black Music Month in Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So as we've been discussing Juneteenth and the importance for this Saturday. Oh, committee reports. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnston, rules and confirmations.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules, confirmations, and public elections voted 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as we've been discussing Juneteenth, which is coming up this Saturday, June is also Black Music Month. So I wanted to encourage everyone. As you know, we just opened our National Museum for African American Music. This would be a great month to go and support it down on 5th at our Representative John Lewis Way and Broadway. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Stiles. So Councilmember Stiles moves RS 2021-1006. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of RS 2021-1006 say aye. Opposed, no. 1006 is adopted. We have late resolutions. RS 2021 with no number. This is a late file resolution by Councilmember Toombs. It's a resolution correcting a typographical error to Amendment 5 in the grant contract amount from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services to the Metropolitan Government through the Juvenile Court for a safe baby court to serve at-risk children. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a committee report.
Let me get rules first because you're going to have to suspend the
yep.
rules on this one.
Yep.
Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
This did come before us, I'm sorry. Yes, and we had no objection to the suspension of the
All
rules.
right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Toombs.
Move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Toombs has moved to suspend the rules on this one. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing no objections, you're on your resolution. I'll need a committee report and then back to you.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, and then back to you on the late file resolution.
Move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the late file resolution say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Councilmember Suara, for what reason?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a late file resolution, but I did not have the time to get it before Rules Committee tonight. So I'm asking Ms. Hannah to please pass it around so everyone have a copy of it.
Okay, so we're going to pass the copy around, and then you'll need to move to suspend the rules.
I want to make sure everybody get it so that I wouldn't have any objection to suspension of rules. Okay. Because that would defeat the whole thing. You better not. I'm coming right there.
How can you object? We haven't even heard what the amendment is. Okay.
All right. Vice Mayor, I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Okay, so Councilmember Suara, you'll need to tell us what I know you've got it in front of you. Can you just tell us what this is?
This is a resolution honoring Metropolitan Council Office Director and Special Counsel Jonathan B. Cooper for his 20 years of service.
All right.
I object.
Thank you very much.
All right, so is there any objection? Wait a minute, Freddie's got his button pushed. Is that an objection? All right, so without objection, no hands up. Councilmember Suara, you're on your resolution.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval with a brief comment. I guess we're going to have to read it too. But
Okay,
yes,
so I
move
got a
for
motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
And I will ask my colleague to please stand for this resolution with me, please. All right, Councilmember Mendez.
Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. Whereas Jonathan B. Cooper joined the Metropolitan Council Office in 2001 as Assistant Director, and whereas John joined the Council Office under Director Don Jones while studying at the Nashville School of Law. And whereas John passed the bar in 2004 and continued as the council's assistant director and attorney until 2008 when he became director and special counsel to the Metropolitan Council.
Councilmember Hart.
And whereas John served in that role for 7 years until in 2015, he was appointed as the director of the Metropolitan Department of Law. And whereas at the end of his 4-year term at the Department of Law, John returned as the director and special counsel to the Metro Council in 2019. Thank God. And whereas on July 1st, 2021, John will leave the Metropolitan government after 20 years of public service. He has been an institution known for his thoughtful and considered advice, keen legal knowledge, great sense of humor, as well as his melodic roll call votes during the Metro Council meetings, and
whereas outside of Metro, John is known as a devoted family man to wife Jill and daughters Emily and Olivia, an accomplished musician specializing in the fiddle, and an avid outdoorsman who enjoys sailing and hiking. And whereas John is a member of the Nashville Bar Association and served as the president of the Tennessee County Attorneys Association. He was a member of the inaugural Bloomberg Harvard City Leadership Initiative class of 2017-2018. The Nashville Business Journal awarded John the Best of the Bar Award in 2018 and 2019. And whereas the council will miss the leadership of Director Cooper, the council expresses its deepest appreciation to him for his 20 years of service to the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County and wishes him well in his future endeavors.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County, the Metropolitan Council goes on record as honoring Metropolitan Council Office Director and Special Counsel Jonathan B. Cooper for his 20 years of service to the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County. The resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it. And Vice Mayor, I'd like to request that all members of council be added as sponsor of this resolution as well.
Okay, all members will be added as, all members of the council
All
will be
members,
added.
yes.
And I've got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell? There is a motion to approve this.
There is
I
a
assume.
motion to
Okay.
approve.
All right,
I
so I got
moved
a
to-
motion and a second. Councilmember O'Connell, I'm scared to go on the board. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that I spent all afternoon reviewing Mr. Cooper's posts about the need for a director that was committed to the office and discovered that he had only missed 3 meetings of the Metro Council in 20 years. So it's a remarkable achievement, and I will say I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is it possible to request a roll call vote and have Director Cooper go through it one last time?
So you're asking for a roll call vote, and what do you want?
A roll call vote and ask Director Cooper to read through it one last time for all time's sake.
I had some concerns about the, what did you say, melodic? Melodic?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I'd go that far. Okay. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just wanted to stand and say thank you to Director Cooper. As a new and first-term council member, it's extremely difficult trying to navigate what we can and cannot do. And we come in with these bright ideas of how we're going to change the city and the work that we want to do, only to find out so much of what we want to do is not allowed for various reasons. And you have just helped us to navigate that so graciously, offering various solutions, giving us different things to think about and trying to work through the system even though we have limitations. And for that, I just want to personally say thank you for your time and your commitment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Porterfield. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Cooper, I just want to say you're going to be tremendously missed, but I think the thing that I will miss about you most is your ability to cut to the chase and pop anyone's positive balloon about what they think they can do in the funniest way possible, but right to the heart of you will never get away with this. So thanks for that.
Thank you,
I'll
Councilmember.
miss it.
Councilmember Benedict? Here we go. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Cooper, I just gave you an envelope, and in it is an appreciation from each one of us. We have all donated and thrown in just a little token of appreciation from each one of us. We know that you enjoy playing the fiddle, as the resolution says. We know that you enjoy music. We know that you've toured as a musician. We hope that you enjoy the Americana Music Festival convention and all of the events that come up this September. Got a ticket for you and whoever you want to bring. If it's, whoever that can whoever that can sing that song with you, or that put it to a guitar with you, or whomever you'd like to go. We thank you so much, and we hope that you enjoy the concert and the convention this fall. Thank you for all of your work as well, of course.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, and I want to say thank you too. I have Director Cooper's cell phone number, and I think I'm still going to be using it. But a lot of people know that I'm a late night person, and in the middle of the night, I'll send him an email thinking he will respond in the morning, and then he responds right immediately, and I'm like, aren't you sleeping? So thank you for your patience. Thank you for walking us through it. Thank you for, I think the patience is the biggest part of it, and God knows how many things I've sent you that you've sent back and say you can't do that in a very nice way, and I'm like, okay. But it's heartfelt, and we're really gonna miss you. And so with that, I renew my approval.
Councilmember Suara has renewed her motion. It's been properly seconded. No one else in the queue. We'll try this by voice vote first and make sure we've got it. All those in favor of the resolution honoring our own Mr. J.O.N. Cooper, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Okay, you are going to be missed.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to read at the end if we.
Okay, we might let you do it one more time. Okay, all right. All right, we are on bills on introduction and first reading. Anything that needs to come off? Otherwise, if there's no objection, we'll consider all the other ordinances on first reading at one vote at this time. So I got a motion to approve, properly second. All those in favor of all the bills on introduction, first reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bills on first reading are adopted. We're now on bills on second reading. We do have a consent calendar. First one is item number 40. It's on page 15 of my agenda, but it's item 40. 2021-743 is on consent. 753 on consent. 754 on consent. 755, 756. 757, 758, 759, 760, 761, and 762. Okay. Okay. Anything needs to come off that consent calendar? All right. Here we go. First one is 2021-743. It's item number 40. O'Connell, Toombs, and Murphy, ordinance approving a purchase and sale agreement between the Metropolitan Government and Piedmont Natural Gas for piece of property, parcel property improvements located at 800 2nd Avenue North. Bill 2021-753 by Councilmember Rutherford, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.40 of the Code to transfer the Employee Safety Program from the Department of Law to the Department of Human Resources. Item 42, BL 2021-754, Roberts, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. An ordinance to amend the GIS system, street, and alley center line layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning a portion of Ohio Avenue right-of-way and easement. BL 2021-755, Parker, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing drainage easement rights for property located at 338 East Trinity Lane. BL 2021-756, Roberts, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon a portion of easement rights located at 5649 O'Brien Avenue unnumbered, and 5806 and 5808 Charles Charlotte Pike, formerly alley number 1520. Bill 2021-757 by Benedict Murphy and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to negotiate and accept a permanent easement for the Lytton Avenue Stormwater Improvement Project for property located at 1305 Lytton Avenue. Bill 2021-758, Councilmember Benedict Murphy and Nash. Ordinance to authorize the Metropolitan government to negotiate and accept a permanent easement for the McGavick Pike Stormwater Improvement Project for four properties located at 1107, 1109, 1111 McGavick Pike, and 3104 Gallatin Pike. Bill 2021-759, Benedict Murphy and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to negotiate and accept permanent easements for the Scott Avenue Stormwater Improvement Project for two properties located at 2926 and 2928A Scott Avenue. 760, Lee, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer force main and easements, accept new sanitary sewer force main and easements for three properties located at 4309, 4331, and 4335 Maxwell Road, also known as Heritage Landing Force Main Relocation. BL 2021-761, Hager, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public sanitary sewer and water mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 1011 Lady Nashville Drive, also known as Heritage Hills Apartments. And the last one is BL 2021-762 by Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements. Two properties located at 6944 Nolensville Road and 7236 Old Burkett Road, also known as Old Burkett Road Mixed-Use Development. Those are the items on the second reading consent calendar. Does anything need to come off? Anything need to come off that consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, I've got a couple of committee reports. Councilmember Toombs, Budget and Finance. You've got one, 743.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, thank you. Personnel, Councilmember Rutherford.
On 753, Personnel recommended approval, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning had 743, 754, 755, 756, 757, 758, 759, 760, 761, 762.
Yep.
That's everything?
That's
and
it.
that will all be 15 in favor, 0 against.
Okay,
Any other reports needed?
Yeah, I've got a couple more.
All
Thank
righty.
you. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works took up 754, 755, 756, 757, 758, 759, 760, 761, and 762. Recommended approval of all, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. And the last one is Councilmember O'Connell, Traffic and Parking.
Thank you, Mr. President. BL 2021-754, we had 4 in favor, 0 against for approval.
Okay, and if you could move for passage of the second reading consent agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the second reading consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay. Now back to bills on second reading. Back to the first one, item number 36, BL 2021-593 by Council Members Lee, Hauser, Taylor, and Stiles. Ordinance amending Chapter 9.30 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict construction noise. Councilmember Lee, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would like to move passage of this with a brief, I guess, connotation to it.
Okay, so Councilmember Lee has moved passage, properly seconded. Back to you.
We had this before us, I believe it was back in January or February, and we deferred it. There were a lot of questions about it. I just wanted to clear up any misinformation that may have been out there on it. There were some questions dealing with implementation of this. I just want to say that the changes that I have done or that I am asking you all to vote on only have to do with the hours of noise. Has nothing to do with how it's implemented. I said at the last I was open to work with somebody if they wanted to bring forth a bill to talk about how to better police this, I guess, or monitor it. Nothing came forth to me, so still my bill is only dealing with the hours
The hours are from 8 to 8. And the days are the same that is in the law. Nothing else has changed, only the time. And just in case anyone wanted to know why I was bringing this forth, it was because I had gotten calls from constituents in my area with the construction noise waking them up in the mornings. One particular one that I'd like to share with you was an older lady who was having trouble going to sleep, and as soon as she got to sleep, was there about an hour and then was awakened by the loud construction noise. So that's all I'm trying to do, help with this. And I had some more council people who had some of the similar problems in their area. And that's what this bill is trying to attend to and just help constituents with that noise part. So nothing else is changing, only the time of that. And I would like to renew my motion, if that's in order.
All right, so Councilmember Lee has renewed her motion for passage on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. Got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am confused by this because we just did this a few months ago, and I guess I might be interested in hearing from one of the sponsors of that previous bill. I'm worried that when we keep tweaking the hours every few months, that we are going to make it not only harder for the Metro Codes Department, but also for those who are involved in any of the associated construction scenarios to even understand what the rules are. So I'd love to hear from one of the other sponsors about whether this was coordinated and where their support or lack of support might be. Thank you.
Do you have a request for anybody in particular?
I do see Councilmember Benedict in the queue, so I think we'll probably hear from her presently.
All right, Councilmember Benedict. All right, Councilmember Bradford is before you. Okay, Councilmember Benedict, I'm going to you first. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So on December 15th, we passed a bill that I was the lead sponsor on. I believe it was Bill 2020-600. Can't be certain of that off the top of my head. But at that time, the prior construction hours that were allowed for, and this is for outdoor construction noise above 70 decibels, which is already in the code. It was allowed from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, Monday through Saturday all year long, Sundays with a special permit from the Director of Codes. Which, as I understand it, had not been issued typically on Sundays, if at all. The impetus for the bill that I introduced was because the same reasons that the lead sponsor of this bill has. There's significant noise in neighborhoods that has taken place much earlier than what the community wants. So I was able to work collaboratively with the construction industry as well as with our codes department to implement new construction hours, which were passed in that bill instead of from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday in all of the months except for the hot summer months, June, July, and August, where the average temperature is above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And June, July, and August, it's allowed from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's the bill that was passed. That's the ordinance that's in effect as of right now. And that has gone through without a hitch, as I understand it. The bill's sponsor here tonight, she had introduced an amendment at that time. However, it was not moved and pursued at the time that my bill was passed. And so I did not hear any, anyway, the bill that passed, this council overwhelmingly supported. I think there were a couple of abstentions, but beyond that, this was something that has made a difference in the community, and I don't think that there has been any additional support to change what we already have. We're in the summer season. We're now seeing the hours that have continued to be cut here. We've saved an hour of that noise because we're now at 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. rather than 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and our workers are safe in the summer. by working those hours rather than, anyway. All of that to say, the bill passed. We seem to be working and trucking along quite well right now. I don't know that there's any evidence that says that we should change those hours currently. So I would urge my colleagues to, if I may extend here just a few seconds, Vice Mayor, I would urge my colleagues to either I would actually ask the bill sponsor to defer this further and see how this changes, or just to withdraw the bill. I would urge my colleagues to, if the sponsor doesn't do that, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I think that what we have in place today is working for the city. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member. I've got Council Member Bradford. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm standing in opposition of this bill. As mentioned earlier by the previous bill sponsor and Councilmember O'Connell, we discussed this, and the sponsors, I was a co-sponsor on this, but our primary sponsor worked with the industry to make sure that we could get a deal that they would be happy with. I'm afraid that, one, if we change these times again within a year, it's going to cause confusion for everybody involved. And if the construction industry doesn't like this, then they could very well take this up to the state, and then the state pass a law to preempt us, and now we're back to square one. So I really have concerns that we're trying to change the law twice in 1 year, and I think we should just keep with what we've already agreed upon and passed, and give it some time. And if in a year or two we want to change it, then we can revisit it. But I'm going to ask everybody to vote against this. We just need to keep what we've got on the books and let that go through the system and see how that works for the next year or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized again.
Yes, I would hate for this to go against my constituents, to let them know that what they are saying is not being heard. I will let you know, I was on, actually, the other bill, and the reason that I withdrew my part wasn't that it didn't get a motion. I withdrew that and decided not to run that because the bill had a whole lot of other information in it and a lot of other tweaks and a lot of other stuff that I was not concerned with what my residents said to me. I actually contacted construction and a lot of the other unions, and they did not have any problem with this. In fact, some of them said to me, well, 8 to 8, that lets us know exactly what's going on, and we know the times, and we won't be confused about a certain time on one day and another time on another time and another day and another season. I will, because it sounds like I can tell the air is blowing. So I will ask to defer this, but I am going to say I am so sorry that those people in my district who called to complain about the noise aren't being heard by this council, and that they are being asked to do something else simply because we have done something similar in months before. If that means if something needs to be done or tweaked or done better for our constituents, we won't touch it if it's been done months before or something like that. That's a shame. But I guess then I don't know if I need to make another motion if I am going to ask to defer this indefinitely because I started talking, or how do I handle that, sir?
No, you can make a motion to defer. This would be the third deferral, so it would be a motion to defer indefinitely.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm sorry that is the wind that is blowing, and I'm sorry to any of my constituents who wanted to sleep longer, but I would like to move to defer this indefinitely.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer indefinitely. Second, properly seconded. We're on the deferral motion. I know there's some people in the queue. Anybody wish to speak on the deferral motion? Anybody on the deferral motion? All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely. Councilmember Suara, you want to be recognized? Hold on. Councilmember Suara, recognized on the deferral motion.
Thank you. I was going to speak before the sponsor went to the deferral, but what I want to say is that I remember when this bill was first put up, there was something about let's wait and see how the last one is doing. Do we have any? Oh, I cannot be asking questions because you moved the motion.
Yeah, so it's on the deferral motion.
All right, well then.
You can ask questions again some other time.
Yeah, some other time, I guess, because I do agree that, because we pass something, doesn't mean that we cannot change it. If there's data to support that it's not working, but I don't know if we have that data or not. So I guess I have to support the deferral. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, but I'm saying let's find the data. I don't want it to just be like because we passed it, that's why we're keeping it. I'm saying let's find some data to either say it's working or not working. If it needs to be tweaked, let's tweak it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're on a deferral motion. Anybody else wish to speak on the deferral motion? Councilmember Evans on the deferral motion.
I'm going to support the deferral tonight, but I do think that we need to bring this back. I have a new subdivision being built. It's going to take almost 2 years to build. And my complaints have also started escalating from the start times. And so I think we need to revisit it. So I hope the sponsor will, and I'll support the deferral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Anybody else on the deferral motion? Anybody on the deferral motion? Councilmember Cash on the deferral motion? Hold on. All right, so Councilmember Cash has called the previous question. So we're not voting on the deferral motion, just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on the deferral motion. This is a deferral motion to defer indefinitely, or BL 2021-593. All those in favor of the deferral motion indefinitely say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is passed. 2021-593 is deferred indefinitely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lee. All right, we are now on BL 2021-654 and 655 by Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Mendez-Ganot is abstaining on both these. These can be taken together. BL 2021-654, Rosenberg, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RM2 to RS40, property located at 6,000 River Valley Drive, southeast corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, within a plan unit development overlay. And 2021-655 by Councilmember Rosenberg, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of the Riverwalk Plan Unit Development District located at 6,000 River Valley Drive, southeast corner of River Valley Drive and Newsom Station Road, 58.48 acres. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized on both these bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to defer one meeting, please.
Okay, so the motion is to defer both these bills, 654 and 655, one meeting. I think, let's see, these both went to Planning and Zoning.
Yes, committee report, please.
Councilmember Murphy.
Planning and Zoning and Historical voted 15 in favor, 0 against to defer both of these one meeting each.
All right, so they deferred one meeting, and Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to defer both of these one meeting, properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. Motion is to defer one meeting. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Both these bills are deferred one meeting. We're now on BL 2021-727 by Councilmember Roberts, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance declaring surplus and approving the disposition of a parcel of real property known as 0 American Road. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I think I need to move the amendment.
Okay, you've got committee reports first. Let's get those, and then we'll come back to the amendment. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval as amended, 12-4-0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. 15 in favor, 0 against, as amended.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Roberts. Now you're on your bill. You want to move your amendment?
I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved her amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
It was American, I think, lane or street, and they corrected it to American Road,
All
which
right.
is what it should have
So
been.
you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Any motion to approve the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Councilmember Roberts, back to you on your bill as amended. Move for passage.
I would like to move for passage, please.
Okay, so this is on second reading, BL 2021-727 as amended. Councilmember Roberts has moved for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. Ready to vote? All those in favor of 2021-727 as amended on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Okay, I think we're on last bill on the second. BL 2021-781. Item number 51, BL 2021-781 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance amending Title III of the Metropolitan Code relative to medical care benefits for pensioners. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a committee report.
Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 11-4 with 1 abstention.
Okay. And Councilmember Rutherford, Personnel.
Personnel recommended approval, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Move for approval.
Okay, so I've got a motion to approve properly seconded. Discussion on BL 2021-781. This is for passage on second reading. Nobody in the queue. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2021-781 on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. 2021-781 passes on second reading. All right, we are now on bills on third reading. I believe that everything that we haven't taken up is on the consent calendar, so let's make sure that's right. We're on bills on third reading. BL 20, the first one is item number 52, BL 2019-4 is on consent. 728, item number 53, 2021-728 is on consent. 738 is on consent. Wait a minute. 738 is on consent, 739 on consent, 740 on consent, 741 on consent, 742 on consent, 745 on consent, 746 on consent, 747, 748, 749, and 750 is all on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off the consent calendar? Oh, Councilmember Allen? Yep, hold on, sorry.
2019-4.
2019-4, okay, so that'll be bumped off, okay. Okay, anything else? Okay. Okay, so here the bills all are on consent, third reading consent. Item number 53, Bill 2021-728, Rutherford, Murphy, Nash, and O'Connell. Ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by renaming a portion of Blake Drive from Sunnywood Drive to the dead end to Sweet Oak Court. 2021-738, ordinance amending Title IV in the Metropolitan Code regarding source selection, contract formation, and the authority to debar or suspend. That's by Councilmembers Henderson, Suarez, O'Connell, Johnston, and others. BL 2021-739 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown Nashville as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 9:00 p.m. on July 2nd, 2021, ending at 11:59 p.m. on July 5th, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2021 July 4th celebration-related activities and events. BL 2021-740, Toombs, Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance creating the positions of Transportation Chief Engineer, Assistant Director, Transportation Director, Planning Deputy Executive Director, Safety Administrator, and Veteran Services Supervisor. Again, Toombs, Rutherford, Murphy, and Nash. BL 2021-741, O'Connell, Toombs, and Murphy. An ordinance approving the sale of approximately 536 square feet of remnant property adjacent to 11th Avenue North. BL 2021-742, Toombs, Allen, and Suarez. Ordinance declaring a parcel of property owned by the Metropolitan Government located at Brick Church Pike unnumbered to be surplus, authorizing the sale of the property to Habitat for Humanity for the purpose of constructing affordable housing, accepting the transfer of property for use as a park. BL 2021-745, Bradford, Murphy, Nash, O'Connell, and Benedict. Ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by renaming a portion of McGavick Pike to Aerospace Way from Murfreesboro Pike to a dead end. BL 2021-746, Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing fire hydrant assembly and easement and to accept a new fire hydrant assembly and easements for property located at 2000 Church Street. BL 2021-747, Stiles, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, manholes, easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at Wild Oaks Court, unnumbered, also known as Ridgeview Phase 2. BL 2021-748, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer and water mains, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for 3 properties located at 2127 Buena Vista Pike and Goodrich Avenue, unnumbered, also known as Goodrich Townhomes. BL 2021-749, O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing combination sewer main, sanitary sewer main, and easements, and to accept new combination sewer main, sanitary sewer main, combination sewer manholes, inlets, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 3 properties located on Edge Hill Avenue, also known as Edge Hill Townhomes. And the last one is BL 2021, it's item number 66, BL 2021-750 by Murphy and Nash. It's an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing stormwater easement rights for property located at 4001 Harding Pike. Those are the items on the third reading consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped off besides those? All right, let me get committee reports. Looks like there was just one. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs. It's item number 737.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, look at 742. Looks like I refer to Parks. Yeah, okay. Councilmember Van Rees, did 742 come back to you? All right. Councilmember Van Rees, Parks, it's just not on my list.
Yes, yes, it did come back to us, and we had an actual all 8 members present, which I wanted to shout out to the team. Parks, Libraries, and Arts voted 10 in favor and 0 against. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe that's it. Councilmember Van Rees, would you move all the items on the third reading consent agenda?
It would be my honor to move all items on the consent agenda on third reading.
Thank you. And does somebody want to honor Councilmember Van Rees by seconding it? I got it. Okay, so Councilmember Allen has done it. We are on the third reading consent agenda. Anybody have any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda passes. We have one bill left. It's BL 2019-4 by Councilmember Sledge. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 6.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to prohibit aerial advertising. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess for the purpose of discussion, I'll just move approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge has moved approval, properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. With apologies to my colleagues, because I know we're ready to get out of here, but Councilmember Sledge has done a good job of explaining why he sees this as a problem. It hasn't really been a problem that has been high on my radar, but I appreciate controlling noise and keeping our skies clear. But I am just a little concerned about the letter that we got from B&A talking about federal regulation of the skies, and that to quote their letter, the city might want to seek advice from the FAA about the proposed ban before it's enacted, rather than discover that we're going to be preempted now at the federal level as well. Is there just someone who can comment on the legality of that, and if this is something we should be concerned about?
Administration. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Allen. So I'm going to step away from my finance director role for a moment and say that the mayor's asked me to serve on the airport authority for, the whole time I've been here, really, and I'm a pilot and so forth, and I very much, as a pilot, oppose the banners and the flying and so forth. It's a safety issue. On the other hand, though I'm not a lawyer, the B&A has had robust discussions about the federal rules that govern the airspace versus what you can really do as a local government. So I would say conferring with them in every possible way before you would pass any legislation would just be the prudent thing to do here. So on the one hand, I join Councilman Sledge in the opposition to it. On the other hand, not conferring with B&A could have some big consequences, including the federal government withholding funds from B&A. And so how deep that goes, no one's mistaken me for a lawyer, but I do think it's a live concern and really urge caution before you proceed with this.
All right, Councilmember Allen.
Could I just ask for one meeting deferral then?
Yeah, so is that all right?
Well,
so how many times has this been?
So it was actually deferred indefinitely under the excessive deferral rule, and
Gotcha.
then brought back. And under the rules, it can't be deferred again. Now, the bill could be brought back again if it's deemed withdrawn, but
Right.
you would have to go through the 3 readings again.
Well, let me just ask for clarification then. I mean, in terms of what, do we put ourselves in any kind of jeopardy or liability by passing this, or just yet once again, someone will preempt what we've done at some other level? I mean, if it's just a nuisance that somebody says, no, you can't do that, fine and dandy. But I mean, if there are consequences that we're not being cognizant of, it seems like we might want to proceed with caution. I'm just trying to be clear on that.
The airport's authority's position is that it is preempted by FAA regulations already. The concern, I guess, from a legal standpoint, I'm not sure about the withholding of funding. That's out of my realm. The concern would be if Metro attempted to enforce the ordinance and then someone sued, it could be struck down as being preempted. I don't know if anyone would have standing to challenge it if it's not enforced, since it's not a First Amendment issue or something where it's a prior restraint. We're just looking at it from a regulatory standpoint of the business activity. So I don't know, but the airport's position is that it is preempted currently.
Okay, I'll withdraw my notion and just let the body vote and see what we think about it. But I just am a little concerned based on this letter.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I could just add one other comment. The banners are not the only issue in this area. So there's most recently parachute jumping that has come around. And so there's a lively discussion about that as well. And that has very similar dangers, but in my mind, even more acute dangers because of where they want to do it in proximity to the John Tune Airport, the prison that's there, the roadways, and so forth. So we are looking as an airport authority at these very same issues for that. And again, I just caution here that there could be bigger consequences, and you could create the dilemma that Director Cooper's describing here. So proceeding with caution, I was not aware that there may be some council rules here that would keep this from coming around again and so forth. I really have to leave that to you, but the question was asked about some opinion of where the airport authority may be, and I'm just trying to deliver that to you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Allen. I've got somebody in the queue, but I'll go to Councilmember Sledge first if you need to. Councilmember Sledge.
If you don't mind, Vice Mayor, I'll respond a little bit to what Councilmember Allen brought up. So I had this conversation with MNAA, with BNA, with the folks who sent and were CC'd on that letter, and this was weeks ago. And legal counsel will know that I had offered, if there was a concern that they had wanted to file an amendment or request an amendment, whatever it might be, I was 100% open to that. On our call, MNA's legal folks indicated that because of the prior ruling, the federal appeals court ruling that the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court said they would not take up regarding Honolulu's aerial advertising ban, which this is modeled after, that they felt like that they weren't in that legal jeopardy. They did bring up the concern about funding, but felt like they indicated to me that they felt like they were in good shape. I heard nothing from them, and then 6 weeks later, this letter showed up yesterday morning. I will note that when I was told by an official representing MNAA and where they were sending this letter that they were still not opposing the legislation. I know the letter may give other indications, but that's what they had told me. So just wanted to give that context, for lack of a better term.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash.
Thank you. I knew that when this was going through the first two readings that there was a precedent, and Councilman Sledge kind of referred to that about Honolulu. So I guess I'm just trying to understand a little better if there are other precedents that have been upheld, why this is an issue.
So the only ordinance that we were able to find dealing with this was the Honolulu ordinance, and it was upheld. That was some years ago, I want to say more than 15 years ago. The airport authority's position, if I recall from the letter, was that when that case was decided, that was prior to some other FAA regulations that now come into play. So it really isn't an apples to apples comparison. I'd have to pull up the letter again to read it specifically, but I think that's what they were arguing.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Cash. That's it in the queue. Councilmember Sledge, renew your motion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Roden has pressed this button, but it's not on there, so I'm just going to ignore him. Councilmember Roden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. My question was for enforcement authority. John, if someone takes off from the Lebanon airport or someone takes off from the Bowling Green airport, is Metro Codes going to chase them down the interstate until they land?
I think the police helicopters would. No,
They're going to. That's what I'm saying here. It's from what I see when I'm living out in Hermitage. That there's one taking off from Lebanon all the time, flies downtown with the big banner, and then flies back to Lebanon. Who's going to enforce that?
I mean, it would almost have to be a polite request to the airports in Smyrna and Lebanon. Hey, they're not supposed to come into Davidson County with that, but it would be difficult to actually enforce from a local standpoint.
Thank you. You answered my question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And I guess to that same point, is this in our jurisdiction or is it not? And if it's not, would the federal government look poorly upon us that we don't know and understand our boundaries?
Potentially, yes. I mean, as Director Crumbo said, it could have implications beyond just the legal question. But I'm just not well-versed enough in this area as to what those implications could be. Councilman Sledge is correct. He did reach out to them and say, hey, if you've got any amendments or anything, let us know. And then we got a letter yesterday raising these concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg has called the previous question. We're not voting on the bill, we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on the bill. BL 2019-4 by Councilmember Sledge, voting on the bill, ordinance amending Chapter 6.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to prohibit aerial advertising. We'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Excuse me. So we are going to be on the board because we've got no's on third reading, and I can't tell exactly where we are. So we're on BL 2019-4 by Councilmember Sledge. Madam Clerk, tell me when you're ready.
Just one moment, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can open the machines.
Okay, machines are open. If you're for the bill, obviously you vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Everybody voted?
I'll check as quickly as I can. We may have one person who's still voting.
Okay.
Okay, all votes are in.
All votes are in. Close machines, take the vote.
Fails.
17 votes in favor, 11 against, 5 abstentions.
All right, so it fails. Yeah, so tell us again the vote. It popped up really fast. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. So I 17, noes 11. noes 11, and some abstentions. I didn't catch the number, but it had to have 21 votes to pass on third reading, so it fails. Okay. I believe that's the entire calendar. Three things real quick. We had sent a message out about Councilmember Glover. He is having health issues, so keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Also, Councilmember Swope was not here. His parents are not doing all as well, particularly his mother. So please keep his family in your thoughts and prayers as well. I will tell you that Mayor Cooper has signed BL 2021-693 as substituted, which is that special solid waste and recycling commission that I think Councilmember Hall did. There's a nomination of 12 members to be confirmed by the council, but 2 members of the Metropolitan Council are on this, recommended by the Vice Mayor, at least one who shall be a member of the Public Works Committee. So if you're interested in that, if you will let me know by this Friday, I would appreciate it. Close of business this Friday so I can go ahead and make the recommendations. And the last thing is just a reminder to the Urban Caucus, Councilmember Mendez, Councilmember Allen, Councilmember Toombs, you are requested to appear up here at this desk before you leave. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. So I got a motion to adjourn properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
And so the council has concluded about a 3.5-hour business meeting. Actually was a little shorter than that when they actually met. They had about a 45-minute recess disrupted by some community groups that were not happy by some actions the council took earlier in the night, not right after the budget was approved and the tax levy, but afterwards that made the council impossible to hold its business. The recess was used to talk with them, and they did not come back after the recess. Apparently they either got their points across or they'll be meeting later perhaps with other council officials. What was significant about tonight's meeting, besides the approval of the next year's operating budget and the tax levy for that, was this was the first time in 15 months this council has met together in a live in-person session here in its chambers at the Metro Courthouse. The last time that happened was March 17th, 2020. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. With that now fading, the council is able to come back and conduct its business here after having doing it virtually almost the entire time, although they did meet some at the Music City Center in the interim when, again, the virus began to ease a little bit. The council approved 2 vacancies of their own members to be on the Cheatham County and Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authorities. Councilman Lady Stiles will be on the one for Cheatham County, and the Councilmember Roden will be on the Nashville and Eastern Railroad Authorities. They also approved a new legal director tonight for the city. That's Wallace Deese. Again, getting back to the operating budget, they also approved Metro's capital improvements budget, which is a planning budget for 5 years. It does not raise or spend any money. It merely has puts all the capital projects in there, and Metro must have those in that budget in order to spend any money, even planning money to get started on any of those projects. It has to be in there. The council has to approve it every year by June 15th. The council did approve the operating budget tonight. They changed very few changes at about $16 million, which may sound like enough, but the entire operating budget was about $2.646 billion, so the changes were relatively small. That's a new property tax rate in the GSD of about and the GSD together. The combined rate is at $3.29. Due to state law and the recent county property-wide reappraisal, the tax rate is about 93 cents lower than last year's rate, which was $4.22 after a 34% property tax increase. However, even with that rollback, it remains slightly higher than the 2019 rate. That could come into play if a court allows a special referendum election on July 27th to amend the Metro Charter, and voters would approve a 2019 tax rate being reinstated. The referendum approved would also limit future tax increases by the council. The new spending plan approved by the council tonight includes fully funding the Metro School Board. That's an additional $80 million. The council did add about $3.1 million more for that for professional pay and advocacy centers in the elementary schools, and also more for school psychologists. There was an effort to take some of the money away from the police department where they have their resource officers in the school, but that was added in late, and that amendment was not considered by the council tonight. The council also included other additions to the budget for more EMT and firefighters, more funds for animal control, for for parks, for Friday hours at the library, and $1 million for a curb violence program in North Nashville, which had been talked about by some community groups during the council's recent budget hearings when they had that before the public hearing about that. Budget also included a 2% pay raise for Metro employees. With those eligible also proceeding perhaps an additional 3% increase for police and fire. There could be merit pay hikes for those eligible and also in other departments. They also included $12 million more in the Barnes Fund to increase affordable housing. Spending plan includes increased numbers for a number of money for city departments. Those include $24.5 million increase for WeGo for mass transit, $9 million for fire and EMS operations, and $10.5 million for the police department, which will begin to include the operational funding and new officers for the new Southeast Precinct. Metro Public Works received $6 million more, about half of that going for the new transportation division of that department. After the council unanimously approved the budget, they gave themselves a standing ovation about that. Some community groups were not happy about it. A little later in the meeting, they began to shout from the back of the room and disrupted the meeting for about 40 minutes. They were not happy about not enough for parks, not enough for some of the things we could hear when they shouted about was that. They also were unhappy about some eviction problems going on in town. The council has almost no jurisdiction in landlord-tenant issues like that, so it was not hard to really understand exactly why they were raising that. Some council members met with them along with the vice mayor. Some members of the council were telling me that this particular budget they passed actually does more in some of the areas they were complaining about than any budget had been done here in Metro for some time, but they did understand their concerns and their frustration. Again, it's not known exactly what will happen in the future with this, whether they'll come back and meet with the council again. They did not come back after they met with the vice mayor and the other members of the council during that 45-minute recess. The council also approved a bill on second reading tonight that will take a big step towards helping Metro with some of the problems it has with the retirees employees who are retired, some of the benefits they get. The bill will require a group Medicare Advantage plan as being the only option for a retiree for their medical benefits when the pensioner or his or her dependents are Medicare eligible. That change is expected to reduce Metro's liability in that area by $1.1 billion long term and would save Metro approximately $17 million per year in current operating costs for its medical plans. They also approved 2 resolutions that will repeal 2 court fees imposed in criminal court cases. That was recommended by a consultant group because the amount of money raised was nominal, but it put quite a financial burden on criminal defendants, many of whom do not have the ability to pay for such fees and fines. Also in the area of affordable housing, they approved a resolution that would appropriate about $500,000 from the city's Capital Mall Urban Development Action Grant. That would go to the MDHA for construction of affordable housing in the Envision Casey project or program going on in East Nashville. 2 resolutions also approved tonight to fight violent crime and gun violence. Resolution 2021-1001 accepts a state grant for $1.3 million to reimburse the costs incurred by Metro Police in responding to the 2020 Christmas Day bombing. Another resolution allows Metro to seek a $143,000 state grant to reduce gun violence in Nashville. The grant funds will be used to pay for overtime and equipment to investigate violent gun crimes in targeted areas for enhanced prosecution. 2 memorializing resolutions about the Juneteenth upcoming holiday. One recognizes that holiday and commemorates the end of slavery in this country after the Civil War. Another requested the Metropolitan Civil Service Commission to provide employees the option of observing the June 19th or Juneteenth as a Metropolitan government holiday instead of Veterans Day. That created some concern in the council about that this year it happens to come on a weekend. Apparently Metro is allowing that to some degree on an informal basis, but there's some concern about how this would all work out, particularly since there seem to be both local and national efforts to make Juneteenth a national, federal and national holiday. So at this point, they approve both those resolutions and they move on from there. Another second reading bill is a bill that would have further changed the construction noise times. What's allowed in residential areas was deferred indefinitely. Some council members are concerned. We just changed those rules just recently back in December. They seem to be working well, they said, and so they decided to not move ahead with that. And when the bill was deferred again, it had been deferred enough times, it was deferred indefinitely, so it'll have to be reintroduced at a later date if that happens. Finally, on third and final reading, the council defeated a bill that would have prohibited aerial advertising in Davidson County. There was some last-minute concerns raised by airport officials about that and about enforcement. So, again, it got 17 votes, got more votes than no votes, but it has to get 21 votes on third and final reading, so it did not pass. Before we close tonight, the council also passed a late resolution, late because they didn't want the council staff director to know about it. This is John Cooper's last meeting with the council as the staff director. This is his second term of doing that. There've only been 4 people be the council director and staff attorney for the council dating back to the days of Larry Snedeker back in the late 70s. And John Cooper is now leaving to go into private practice with a local law firm. The council really is going to miss him. They expressed that many times here tonight. And the Vice Mayor, Jim Shulman, is looking right now for a replacement for that, but that may be probably not right away. Probably some other staff members will act on an interim basis to be the director for the council. So that's a need the council has on an ongoing basis. The council is now in recess until Tuesday, July 6th. So we wish you a very happy Independence Day holiday as it comes up. We'll be back here on the July 6th to provide live coverage of the council meeting. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has come to you live from the council chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.
Sandez. We haven't met in person in quite some time. I think it's been 14 or 15 months. We've been having WebEx meetings, so feels good to be back in person. We do not have a mask mandate anymore. It's just highly encouraged to wear a mask. If you'd like to put one on, we have some on the back table. I read the mayor's office's letter dated May 14th, and it had an interesting statistic. Less than 50% of Davidson County is vaccinated at this point, so there's still a lot of unvaccinated people in the community, so it's always good to practice safe social distancing still, even today. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to read the notice of appeal process, and then we'll move on with some public hearings. Thank you. Now that we're back in person, I've just been reminded we can go back to the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you're not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Commissioners, Mr. Fields circulated before today the meeting minutes from our last month's virtual meeting. Have the commissioners had a chance to review those minutes?
We have.
Is there a motion regarding approval?
I would move to approve the minutes from the April 22nd, 2021 meeting.
Second. All right, I'll All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We've got a couple of public hearings today. The first is under shared urban mobility devices. Mr. Fields.
In order to make any rule changes and make decisions that we've described on the agenda, you have to have a public hearing. Ms. Costonis, our legal advisor, is going to be talking about what the heart of it is. I'm not sure if you want to do that prior to the public hearing, or if you want to let the public hearing and then describe it after.
I'm happy.
I'll defer back to the chair.
I'm happy to do it either way.
I think it would be helpful to remind us, as well as let the public hear exactly what we're doing today before we get started.
Sure. So there are already existing regulations for shared urban mobility devices that were adopted by this commission a couple years ago. And so what I have done in preparation for this public hearing is prepared a red line of those regulations. And we have a handful of extra copies of that red line if anyone wants to come up and get one from Lisa. Also, the red line is posted and has been for maybe a little over 2 weeks at the Metro website. If you go into the Nashville.gov and find the agenda, calendar of events at the bottom of Nashville.gov's main home screen, there is, and then pick the Transportation Licensing Commission meeting off of that list of events, and then click on agenda. Within the agenda itself, there is an additional link to this redlined markup of the existing rules. So the commission does not have to adopt the proposed changes in the red line. They are meant to be kind of a jumping off place for discussion purposes, but we did get them out there as early as we could to comply with BL 2019-109. And so I am not going to necessarily, does that not work? Okay, sorry about that. I guess that does sound better. I'm not going to necessarily go through them in the order of the bullet points in the agenda, which is award of certificates, establish annual certificate fee, establish initial fleet size, and consider modification of some D operational hours. I'm instead going to go through in the order of the red lines in the draft, because I think that'll be less confusing. So if you want to come up and get an extra copy to follow along, that's fine. Or you can certainly follow along online as well. As we get to them, though, we will hit all of those bullet points. Okay, so starting on page 1 and scrolling down, and I will say, in addition to those bullet points, as we were going through, we realized like a couple of the citations were out of date and needed to be updated. A couple other things, maybe stylistic things, needed to be, fixed a little bit. So there's some other changes other than the 4 bullet points, but they should be non-controversial. Okay, so the first thing is non-controversial. It's in section 020, existing certificate holders permits. So the line permits previously granted pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 1262 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, prior Chapter 1262, as that chapter existed prior to the passage of Substitute Ordinance BL 2019-1658, the substitute ordinance, were terminated by the passage of the substitute ordinance and replaced by temporary permits, such that each certificate holder was allowed to have a fleet size equivalent to 50% of the fleet size for which they had permits prior to the passage of the substitute ordinance. With regard to those temporary permits, all of that is deleted. And the reason for that deletion, I think, is pretty non-controversial, which is that was a reference to kind of the interim period between the passage of the council legislation and the award of the RFP. And that interim period is now over, and the commission is now, with its rulemaking, establishing the number of permits going forward. So to keep that in there was just confusing, so I crossed it out. So that paragraph, section 020, will now begin just each existing certificate holder, colon. So that's the first proposed change.
And the following language remains the same.
The following language remains the same. We did not change the rest of section 020. In section 02, okay, there's one tiny change in section, let's see, subsection 3 of 020. I just crossed out the word new preceding the word bond agreement, just because I didn't think that having new there made sense. So just a little stylistic change there. Section 025, I've changed the reference to the substitute ordinance BL number 2019-109. That is the current ordinance. And that is replacing a previous reference to BL 2019-1658. And BL, although the number is lower, BL 2019-109 was actually subsequent to 1658 and replaced it. So that was just updating that reference. And since 1658 had been a substitute ordinance and 109 was not, when I've kind of described the defined term, the ordinance, I've used that throughout, and previously it was the defined term substitute ordinance, and so I've crossed out substitute before ordinance each time that appears. So that's going to be throughout the document. Again, that's minor and stylistic. All right, scrolling down, it looks like nothing too much more in 3, other than another deletion of substitute as I just described. In 4, I'm not seeing any changes. In 5, I'm not seeing changes. Oh, well, okay, 5L, there's a proposed change. And I don't know if you want me to just go through all of these and then you can come back and debate them, or if you want to debate them as they come up. But maybe we want to hear from people first.
Yeah, we'll hear from people.
So in 050L, capital letter L is the subsection. There is an area, and this is the last bullet point on your list of bullet points on the agenda, which is consider modification of SUMD operational hours. So this is the original L, was operation of SUMDs is prohibited after 9 p.m. and before 5 a.m. period, is what it previously said. In discussion with one of the commissioners who had requested some changes, we added the proposed language except for bicycles and electric bicycles as defined below in 080B. So that'll be like, and we've received other requests from other folks who are here today probably to change that in different ways. So that probably will be the subject of some discussion. But this is just in here, like I said, as kind of a jumping off point. You know, this is what you know, staff of the commission's proposing, and obviously the commission does not have to go with that. They can do what they want. And then in M3, also in 050, there's a change, which is to subsection 3, no ride zone, any metropolitan greenways. And it used to say any metropolitan greenways, period. And we added, to the extent applicable, rules and regulations of the Board of Parks and Recreation would prohibit them. And that change was, again, kind of hand in hand with the original change to L. You know, there's an issue in terms of electric vehicles being used on greenways. The Parks Board prohibits that. And so the reason for that change would be if the Parks Board were to lift that prohibition, that way the electric vehicles would be able to be used on the greenways, but we believe that is an issue for the Parks Board to decide. And then section 060, data sharing, is probably the most substantially changed section of the ordinance. And that is because the language of BL 2019-109 was inconsistent with the existing regulatory section 060. So we have deleted pretty much all of it and replaced it with just the following statement. Department, Metro ITS, I didn't start at the beginning. Permitted operators shall provide the Metropolitan Information Technology Services Department, Metro ITS, with anonymized and aggregated location data sharing and open data information regarding SUMD locations, ridership, aggregated 5-trip minimum SUMD traffic patterns, and shall provide Metro's third-party vendor other data as required by Metro ITS in a format acceptable to Metro ITS and Metro ITS's third-party vendor. Metro's third-party vendor will contract with Metro for the specific purpose of aggregating and anonymizing the data provided to it by the operators for Metro's benefit. Such data provided to Metro's third-party vendor that constitutes raw data that is not anonymized and aggregated will not be hosted on Metro servers. So that change was made for two reasons. One was to make it exactly consistent with the language of BL 2019-109, because the language of the code, the ordinance, would prevail over any inconsistent language in the regulations. And secondly, it's to acknowledge that Metro will be using this third-party vendor. Is it okay to say it's currently Populous? Yeah, it's currently Populous, and the contract could change in the future, so we kept that reference neutral. We do RFPs every 5 years, usually for vendors, I believe that is not too controversial, as I believe the awardees had all indicated that they work with Populous, so hopefully that won't be a problem, but basically all of the rest of section 060 following that statement is deleted. And then we'll go into section 070, and this is one of the big ones on your 4 bullet points on the agenda. This is the establish annual certificate fee along with related vehicle fees bullet point agenda item, and it's section 070, capital letter A. And what staff has recommended, and again, this doesn't have to be the final version, the commission could go in a different direction, but we tried to just throw something out there as a jumping off point. Applicants shall pay a certificate fee of $10,000 per year, plus a fee of $141 per SUMD per year to the MTLC for the administrative costs, data-related costs, enforcement costs, and operational costs, including salaries and benefits of dedicated staff, and including related capital project costs, period. And then the rest of the changes to A are just a couple of deletions of the word substitute per that defined term I mentioned earlier. And then going down a little bit, so that'll obviously be something for much discussion later on, like whether that fee scheme is what they go with, or whether something else is suggested and they prefer that, or they come up with something of their own. So let's see, going down to 080B, each type of category of SUMD in a permitted operator's fleet shall be limited in number to the number determined through the RFP process. I crossed that out. That was what was previously in the regulations, because that RFP process is now complete. So I thought it would be confusing to leave it in there. And we've replaced it with proposed new subsection B, which says each operator shall be allowed to have an initial fleet of 500 scooters each. In addition to the 500 scooters, within 3 months of the date of the issuance of their certificate of public necessity and convenience, each operator shall offer to the public a number of powered or non-powered bicycles equivalent in number to the ratios of bikes to scooters that they propose to have in their response to the RFP. Any powered bikes that the operators add to their fleet per this provision must meet the definition of Class 1 electric bicycles as defined in Tennessee Code Annotated 558301. Any other types of powered bicycles would be subject to the further fleet expansion criteria in subsection C of the section below. And at this point, subsection C is actually reserved. We don't have that language ready to propose to you here today. That will be a subsequent rulemaking public hearing just to discuss that 080C, because it will be a pretty complicated discussion, and this is already complicated enough as it is. But we are certainly open to suggestions from either the commissioners or the public in terms of what that 080C should say. So if you have like written suggestions that you would like to submit, we'll certainly be glad to review them.
Just so it's clear, 080C deals with expansion of the fleets in
Right.
the future. Okay.
So that's going to be the criteria for going beyond the initial 500 amount plus the bicycles that they're allowed to have in addition to that per their responses to the RFP. So we're the original BL 2019-109 had a criterion that the regulation should be performance-based. And so that fleet expansion criteria is where we saw an opportunity to apply that, to create incentives for people to have good high levels of compliance with these regulations and with the code. And if they do that, then presumably they would be eligible for fleet increases.
But today that's not on the table.
Today that is not on the table, but that is definitely a contentious issue for future discussion, I would imagine. All right, going further down, I think that is it. I think we have now talked about all 4 of the bullet points.
Can I ask a question about M3 regarding the greenways?
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand. It says no ride zone any metropolitan greenways to the extent applicable rules and regulations of the Board of Parks and Regulations would permit them.
So right now,
Wait. My question is, are we pitching this over to the Parks and Recreations to establish the regulation?
yes, we are, and that is required. Under the charter is very clear that the Board of Parks and Recreation has exclusive authority over the operations of parks property. And so the change is, before we just had, you can't use them on the greenways, period.
Right.
So if parks were to relax that regulation and allow these vehicles to be used on the greenways, our rule would then become inconsistent with that. So instead of leaving it that way, I'm proposing that we add this additional language so that if parks establishes a more flexible rule to allow electric bicycles and scooters, whatever, somebodies of any kind on their greenways that are powered, then they would be consistent with this rule as well, and they would be allowed to under this rule as well. We just want them to follow what the Parks Board dictates.
So when my fellow bike riders complain to me about somebody's on the greenways blocking their travel, I can tell them to talk to Parks and Recreations, not me.
Yes.
Can I speak to that? Because I'm going to.
Mr. Rogers,
Go ahead.
If there is a problem on the greenway with a SUMD at the present time, as rules stand, have them contact me, please. Thank
But
you.
also parks that have its own police force and can
They can
enforce their own regulations.
If I could say something, I'm not gonna push this today, honest. We're talking about two different things, scooters and e-bikes. There's a state law on e-bikes. And some of us think that parks doesn't have authority to regulate e-bikes, including these. So let's don't get into that today. It could go on for a while. So I was gonna recommend a change to that. That would take parks out and just say, we'll follow the law. But again, I'm not gonna do that. But that it will be an issue, I can assure you, pretty soon.
All right, do you guys want to go back and talk about the bullet points in order, or do you want to go back and talk about the more controversial issues in the order in which they appear? Or do we want to hear from people?
No, let's go ahead and start the public hearing, and then we'll have a greater discussion on the various bullet points. So I've got 2 requests to speak on the matter. The first is Mr. Kevin Warner. Um, 3 minutes is what we've been traditionally allowing, but it really depends.
Depends on what?
Depends on if you get peppered with questions. We
Oh.
we don't count that against you.
Okay. Kevin Warner, I was here 2 years ago at this microphone and said, the only thing that matters is the lack of enforcement. I don't believe that's changed. However, the operators are making a move to more effective use of technology. They're doing things that can control the speed of the vehicles and locations and so on. But it's still, I believe the environment is totally lacking anything when it comes to moving violations, which is what I believe the problem is, and everyone I've heard at any venue complain about the broad issue is talked about, you know. Driving them on the sidewalks, on the streets, helter-skelter, on greenways where people like to ride their bicycles more safely, as Mr. Rogers is alluding to, I believe, you know. So everything is in place for you to lean hard in that direction. You can collect whatever fees you want to pay for, among other things, enforcement costs. For those of you who've read my very recent email and emails prior to that, the technology is out there. You know, I've confirmed it. I contacted people in the field. The technology is there. I don't believe it's prohibitively expensive, but if you're raising tens of thousands of dollars a year with the fees, if not more, as you choose, then you should consider, I believe, trying some of this technology out. And to me, the simple step would be at one of your meetings, prior to one of your meetings, invite people from the technology sector to say, tell us about what do you got? We have individuals that we'd like to be able to enforce something like scooter. It's very easy. It'd be so easy. I'd be amazed if they don't already know about the concept of scooters in an urban environment. Say, we would like to give enforcement individuals something that will make it easy for them. There are chips in the scooters now, I'm told, and I'm sure they could be improved so that, listen, if you've read my emails, you know what I'm going to say. It's out there. You can do something about it if you choose. I believe it's your obligation as stewards for safety in the city to pursue this. It hasn't been done, to my knowledge, I could be dead wrong, by this body, and I hope something changes so that you can turn these into the very useful and desirable means of transportation many people think they are, but without sacrificing public safety. I do not want to be that individual who's no longer nimble enough on my feet when I'm walking somewhere with my wife and it's too late for us to avoid danger when we hear some idiot go, oh, look out! And then all of a sudden, there's a collision. And if I'm still able and that person's moving, the cops will be called because I have been responding the way I think somebody should respond when they're run down by scooters. So I don't want that to happen to anybody. We've been lucky. Only one bad crash had to do with alcohol. But so please, try to make this better. You've got the power to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Next is Frank Speck.
I'm not Frank, but Frank has asked that I go first. I'm Sam Reed. I'm with Byrd, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the commission. Appreciate it, and it's really good to be here today. It's been obviously a long time since we've been able to meet in person. A lot has happened. Thought I'd just briefly recap things from our perspective. I was just looking today at some materials. Almost 2 years ago to the day was when there was a move by the administration at the time to try to ban scooters, and this is what sort of set us off in the direction that we are really arrived at today, nearly 2 years later, where we asked the council to go through an RFP process where we would limit the providers, which we have now done. And now we are embarking at the beginning of a period of time now where we are going to enter into this new phase where we're going to hold these 3 providers to very, very high standards. And then you all will be able to judge us accordingly going on now month to month, either taking scooters away from us, rewarding us with more, but overall holding us to high standards, hearing what we're doing. We've already had several meetings as the sort of 3 selected providers with many times with Billy. We've met with the police to talk about some of the issues that were just raised around rider behavior. And I really just want to reiterate that we are here to be committed as partners with Nashville as we enter this new phase, and we think that this is hopefully the beginning of something that is going to be far, far better for our community. Wanted to touch on briefly the 3 sort of big things that we're going to be making a decision on today. First is the fees, and we have, as providers, we've gotten together with the city and have made proposals in that regard. The fees today, as you know, they're $35 a scooter and a $500 application fee. For 500 scooters annually, that's $18,000 to the city. We made proposals based around where we're seeing a lot of cities move, which is to a per ride fee, right, which would sort of align these cities' incentives with the scooter companies' incentives, whereas the more rides that were happening, the more fees the city would collect. We can go through why we think that's a good idea or why not. We've seen the city's proposal. It's obviously a significant increase now going up to $141 per scooter. That represents about a 4.5 times increase over where we were before. But we understand some of the things around enforcement, signage, additional parking areas, some staffing. So, I think while it's a big jump, in the spirit of partnership, certainly from the perspective of Byrd, you'll hear from others, we're willing to accept that increased fee with a understanding that those are going to be used to make the program better. We would just ask that as we consider, things like fleet increase criteria, curfews, that, that spirit of partnership also flows both ways. So let me touch on quickly the fleet size, which I know you'll be talking about today. The starting fleet size in the contract is 500. It's been in every version of the contract that we've considered. And sorry, if you don't mind, I'll just take a minute just to quickly run through these. That represents a status quo. This fleet size enables us to have a modest return on our investment, where we can invest in things like people power, storage, educational outreach, helmet giveaways, enables us to offer discounted rates, fulfill equity requirements, those sorts of things. We've been operating at 500 for quite some time through this entire sort of interim period. If we were to reduce that, that would mean jobs lost. That would mean for us about four positions for every 100 scooters. We're already at a very high utilization rate here, one of the highest in the countries. It would make it harder and harder for folks to find scooters if it was reduced. We've made investments based on that 500 number. We've brought new equipment here, which you've seen, which we're really excited about and proud of. We would just ask that we start there in good faith as partners to move forward, and then we can judge accordingly based on our performance whether or not that should be reduced or increased as we go through the program. Last thing is curfew. For the first year of operation here, the curfew was set at midnight. After the push to ban scooters and the compromise bill was passed, the council passed a bill that said 10 p.m. curfew on weeknights and 11 p.m. on weekends. At a subsequent meeting at the TLC, there was a motion to push it back to 9 p.m. for every night of the week, and that motion passed. Even with that 9 p.m. curfew, we're seeing several hours of nighttime riding every day. And we've had no real major incidents or negative reports since 2019. There are some that would like the restrictions to be lifted completely, like it is in many other cities in which we operate. I will say Nashville has about the most restrictive curfew anywhere in the country. I understand also that I live here, we have a very unique situation. And in terms of what we see in terms of ridership in the city. And so, and obviously a lot of transportation vehicles that add to the stresses of our streets. And so, what we would propose is something that would look at this incrementally, maybe going to midnight during the weekdays when we think that these would be much more used by workers who are getting home after dark.
Mr. Reed, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You said that currently there have been several hours of nighttime riding already, and there haven't been any major instances. Are you talking about prior to 9 p.m. or?
Well, yes.
Rider violation?
So obviously the 9 p.m. curfew means that we've got in the wintertime, 3 hours, 4 hours of nighttime riding. And right now, look, it's getting dark a little later, but I think we've had some experience of nighttime riding. If the fear is nighttime riding, right?
I understand.
That's what I was speaking to, so
Okay.
forgive me. That we've
How do
had.
you feel about the 5 o'clock start time?
I think the 5 o'clock start time is fine. I think more for us where we're seeing a lot of people opening the app and looking to be able to ride is after that 9 p.m. period of time, right? Again, we understand there are big stresses on particularly downtown on the weekends, and we know what folks are doing down there. And so we understand that if this commission saw fit to either keep those hours more restrictive on the weekends, we saw that happen in Memphis, and it seemed to have a good result, where they cut off rides at midnight on the weekends, but allowed rides to run 24/7 during the week. So I think we would we would suggest an incremental approach, right? Not to rip the Band-Aid off completely and let's go 24/7. We would really, I can walk you through what some other cities have done, but, I would say, I'm looking at, surrounding cities like Memphis, Charlotte, Louisville, Durham, all in recent months have either lifted their curfew entirely or have made it less restrictive than it was before. And we have not seen, the types of incidents that were referred to earlier. And so we would just ask, if you look at our equipment, for instance, it's way better lighting today than it was in the versions that we had before. So I know I've run way over my time. You may have some additional questions. I will be here to answer them as the discussion unfolds. But
I would like to hear specifically what other cities' operations of time windows are, not just a generality that they've lifted them.
Sure. So I just covered Memphis, right, which is midnight on the weekends and unrestricted use from Monday through Thursday.
Charlotte?
Charlotte. I actually don't, it's just said it, I just have here on my notes, and I will get these to you. It's just extended operating hours in the fall of 20. I'll find out and can report back to you before this meeting ends. I can, at Durham, for instance, they eliminated hours of operation in August of 2020, and the previous hours were 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. In Louisville, operating hours were extended in the fall of 20, and my apologies, I don't have the specifics for either of those, but I can get them quickly.
Any other city you have right now that has specifics like Portland, Austin?
I don't, but I know that they're all far less, I'm not aware of any other market that cuts off at 9 p.m. Every single day of the week. Look, again, we have this commission made the decision, well over a year ago to restrict them to where we did for reasons that I think were probably somewhat prudent at the time. But I think as we've sort of seen some improvement in operating the operator behavior and rider behavior somewhat, and we're working to improve that, I think just so that this commission can have the data that can we start to lift them incrementally? I asked my team to pull some stats about what our incidence rates are in terms of reported incidents, and our reported incident rate through our app, and again, understanding this is not perfect, not everybody who gets in an incident reports it, but 0.0067 rides, percentage of rides. So a fraction of 1%, tiny fraction of 1% reported an incident on a bird in the last year. So anyway, that's really where I want to end it. I guess, again, just committing certainly from our perspective of moving forward in partnership and, trying to really make this work and be less of a nuisance and more of an asset to the city.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
You said you guys have made some improvements to the bikes and that that number is reported accidents. When you guys pick up the bikes and they're damaged, dented, things are broken on them, are those incidents included in some type of report?
Yes, it would be a separate report. It would be a damage incident report. Obviously, it's hard to know whether damage is from somebody riding it or somebody potentially vandalizing or getting knocked over or some other reason that the vehicle could get damaged. I can also share with you damage reports, and that's something that will be part of the populous data sharing that comes to the city is reports of damaged vehicles. Yes, sir.
Mr. Warner presented a minute ago that there's technology out there that would allow an enforcement officer to point an instrument at a bike and be able to identify the bike and rank serial number and be able to ticket it on the spot and then through the company, and so the company would then be able to notify the rider. I don't know if it's instantaneous, but it would happen, and all of a sudden the rider's got a bill for some fine of some sort. Is that technology available that you're aware of?
So it exists. I am not aware. So obviously, I think it becomes easier in an environment where you have a limited set of providers that all have sufficient levels of technology, right? I know that we have that technology that exists today. Are we using it with the police? No, we've had one meeting with them. We've talked about rider messaging when we've put some customized messaging into the app that every rider sees every time at the request of the MMPD. I think as we move through this, now once we get this agreement signed, we can start to look at things that are more creative like that, like sidewalk beacons to keep people off of sidewalks.
You're saying it's not used here in Nashville. Your company's all across the nation, right?
Yes, across the world.
World, okay. Is it being used anywhere?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
I want to know the answer to that question next time I see you, okay? And you'll probably be back here to discuss the expansion protocol. Yes. I really want to know the answer. If it's being used somewhere, and can you do it here?
Yes.
Because it seems to me that's going to be a real quick deterrent to a number of people misusing the units if they see a $100 charge on their credit card that's been used to even initiate the operation of the unit.
There is no question that a fine would quickly.
I mean, immediately.
Yes.
It's going to be on their credit card.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think it's a powerful idea.
There may be some due process issues there about finding somebody before they even had a hearing, but if there's that warning out there, I think it's going to have a deterrent effect of people operating on the sidewalks.
Yes, I think. Look, we can make Nashville a playground of innovation in this regard, and we stand ready to be the partners to do it. So, yes, that's something I'll have an answer for you on.
I like that terminology, a playground of innovation.
Yes.
Figuratively,
that's the whole
literally.
purpose of us kind of arriving, hopefully, at this point. And hopefully we can get the agreement signed today and move on. But thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Frank Speak. I'm the Director of Government Partnerships at SPIN. I would just echo Sam's comments. We've been operating in Nashville for the last 2 years, and we are very excited to have been given the opportunity to be one of the limited vendors to operate in the next program. We stand ready to partner with the city and Billy and the Nashville Police Department in identifying and implementing new technologies and strategies to reduce the negative impacts that shared urban mobility devices have in the community, and then also finding ways to maximize the benefits that they bring to your community. I'll leave my comments short. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, but I think in the interest of time, everything's been pretty much covered that I'd like to talk about.
Well, Ben, or Mr. Speak.
I misread your last name. It looked like a.
Oh, that's okay. It happens a lot, so no, that's fine.
So my question again, is the radio frequency ID being used by SPIN anywhere in this country?
So we operate.
Just yes or no?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll have to look into that as well.
Thank you.
I do think enforcement is going to be critical. I mean, I see, and it's anecdotal, but I mean, more often than not, I see rider violation when I see a scooter with a passenger on it. I mean, or with a rider on it. They're on the sidewalk. There's 2 people on it. I mean, so I do think enforcement is going to be critical going forward, and making it as easy as possible for the Metropolitan Police Department to enforce those laws is going to be important too. So.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. And all the vendors met with the Nashville Police Department a few weeks ago to talk about education strategies. You know, one of the things that SPIN does is we hire full-time W-2 employees in all of the markets that we operate. And so, you know, we strategically place those individuals throughout the service area to monitor compliance, to correct scooters that are improperly parked or that might be blocking the right of way. And so, as we scale up to the initial 500, I mean, we've already made those investments that are ready to be deployed today to scale up to the 500, and we have the employees and the resources to monitor and manage our fleet. So, but to your point, enforcement is absolutely a key component of that.
All right.
Do you have on the street right now?
250.
I think if I remember right, one of the proposals, and I think it was one of the winners, talked about how they could monitor when somebody was on the sidewalk. Did I make that up?
That's with the transponders, I think.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a similar issue. Do you have that kind of?
We don't, yeah, so we don't use the transponders. We have drover technology. So usually with shared scooters, there's 2 primary issues. 1, sidewalk riding, and 2, parking compliance. People improperly parking their scooter that blocks the right of way. We have drover technology that is sidewalk detection, and we will be deploying some of those scooters in our fleet to test it out in the core, like downtown area. But we also have a platform called Spin Hubs, which are electric docking stations where we can incentivize users to end their trip at this station. So they might get a 50% discount on their ride if they end their trip at this station. And it does 2 things for us. 1, it creates the benefit of having more compliant parking. But 2, it helps our operations and not having to constantly manage and rearrange the scooters because those stations also charge the scooters as well. So it helps us operationally. And we would be more than happy to discuss, you know, building out a mobility network to strategically install those hubs throughout the service area, especially in areas where you're seeing a lot of parking issues and ADA compliant concerns.
Now, I might point out, Mr. Fields can correct me, I'm a real nerd. I was reading the Public Works budget the other day, the new staffing they're asking for, and it said 1 staff person for the commission. Is that correct?
We actually made a request for 2. It appears that there's at this point, it looks like 1. I'm still working. So the
okay.
council's got it, so.
Okay, so if we have a point of view about that, we could talk to our council person.
Certainly could.
Okay, we'll do that. And so that person can go around and pick up the scooters that are laying across sidewalks.
We've also proposed a TLC truck.
Okay, no more comment.
Great, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was a little miscommunication with Lyle in terms of being present, and I'll take credit for that. But they did want to say, and I sent a copy of this to you before the meeting, they said that this is Mr. Robert Gardner. He says, "I'll reiterate our deep commitment to serving Nashville for the next several years so we can work with a variety of regulations. But we just want to be clear where we're at." So in other words, they're prepared to work with the regulations as that have been described today. And they have been a part of the group meetings we've had with vendors, police, and so forth.
All right, thank you. At this point in time, we'll close the public.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's some other folks that may have not gotten here.
Okay, I didn't get their request to speak, so I apologize.
I'm not sure they got them filled out. I apologize.
Do we have any of those forms, additional forms?
There may just be one person that.
Well, let me just do it this way. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on the issue? All right, if you'll please state your name out loud for the record.
Sure. My name is Amy Crownover, and I'm the Executive Director of Greenways for Nashville, the nonprofit organization that's been around for 26 years in support of the Parks Department Greenways.
Thank you.
So thank you, commissioners. And I simply have a question statement. It sounds like technology has been mentioned, and in not enforcement, but rather having these devices, follow the guidelines that are in your documentation. So I simply wanted to state that the evidence for the operators, the scooters that are out there today and are being operated, they have been observed and reported as being on the greenways. So the no ride zone mentioned the sidewalks, the greenways are also no ride zones. They are on the greenways now. We've submitted some reports. We've had users submit reports to us, complaints actually. And the geofencing that we understood would perhaps be the technology to protect the greenways is not effective. And it may be there's some fine tuning there, but last weekend we had several pictures sent in of multiple scooters on the Cumberland River Greenway, on the 440 Greenway. Didn't see any on the Shelby Bottoms. So I am appealing to you to address this, to uphold the parks, greenways, no ride zone for anything shared mobility device that's motorized. It is the parks rule. Correct, the parks does have jurisdiction, but if they don't have the technology to keep them off of the greenways now, it really doesn't make sense to go forward. And if they do have that technology, it needs to be deployed to an effective level. It's not today.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
These companies promised to bring electric bikes to Nashville. I assume they're still
It sounded like that was part of the expansion, fleet expansion.
Right. Legally, they're considered an SUMD, just like scooters. Does your rule apply to electric bikes?
So I am representing Greenways for Nashville. I don't speak on behalf of the Parks Department or the Parks Board. So I would not be the authority there. It would be probably Metro Legal.
Well, how do you understand it operate?
I'd rather not get into that debate. I don't think that's, my opinion is probably not relevant to you all.
Well, I've got one. I don't care if it's relevant or not.
Any other questions?
No, but thank you for
And
bringing
I
that to our
brought the map,
attention.
Billy has it, but these are the greenways, the 100 miles of greenways that are no ride zones.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. Why is it a problem if I can ride a scooter from, say, Ascend Theater to Rolling Mill Hill? If I want to go to lunch or something, why is that a problem?
So again, I think we're talking about opinions, and the greenways are protected. They are park space. They are created for users of all abilities. They're crowded, and they're not currently designed, nor has the 100 miles been designed to accommodate motorized anything. They're packed now. If anything happened during COVID, it was Greenway's usership has just, quadrupled, gone exponentially higher. So it is a space that is like a sidewalk. There are bikes on it, obviously self-propelled, but the motorization does add an element of concern,
So
and
is,
it is.
oh, I'm sorry. Is the problem the number of vehicles or
So
the
again,
speed of vehicles? or-
I think it's a parks rule question you're asking me about, and I'm advocating on behalf of the users who want to protect the greenways. I'm not a
all of
lawyer,
us.
and I'm not privy to all of the, what's been done before, but the rules are clear. And that's what y'all acknowledge, that there are no ride zones. So I think it's just.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Amy Crownover.
Crownover, well, thank you so much for bringing to our attention the geofencing issue. And
And that was
I think-
truly the point. Any device that comes in that's a shared urban mobility device needs to have that same geofencing and, or whatever the technology is, and it needs to work. And we have users out there letting us know when it's not, which we're happy to share with Billy, and he's happy to receive.
And certainly have. And I'm certain we'll continue to.
thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the issue before us, before I close the public hearing? At this point in time, we'll close the public hearing with regard to the shared urban mobility devices and the proposed regulations for shared urban mobility devices, and open it up for deliberation by the commissioners. We've got a quorum here today. We don't have everyone, but we do have a quorum, so we can decide what, if any, changes to the regulations that are currently in place to put forth going forward as authorized by BL 2019-109. So I think it makes sense to go through kind of in order like Ms. Costonis did prior to hearing from the public. And it looked like several of the suggested changes were non-controversial, removing reference to the substitute ordinance. I presume my fellow commissioners don't have a problem making those types of corrections. And as Ms. Costonis rightly pointed out, where we're probably going to have the greater debate amongst ourselves is going to be the hours of operation, perhaps the language, as Mr. Rogers pointed out, for the no ride zones, and as well as the fees to be implemented under section 070. So why don't we,
Can I ask you a question
go ahead.
first? Is our role today to decide about awarding the certificates to the three companies, Lime, Bird, and Spin, and then also to consider the revisions for the or to setting these different regulations? Is that our role today?
No, I think our role today is to decide what the initial fleet size is going to be. I think they've already been awarded to those three companies.
The certificate is, the process of a certificate for public convenience and necessity basically matches up with the ordinance and the direction we need to go. So what we would do is ask that those three contractors that you've already approved the contracts on and are now going through the signing process with Metro to make them official, to go ahead and award certificates of public convenience and necessity. They actually will run whatever the contract term is for 1 year.
But we have to decide the number of awards we're going to give them.
No, the certificate is just the overall, I'm sorry,
That's what I'm asking.
that is a separate thing. That determines, these are the operators.
Okay.
So, and then you would go to the other four issues, or the other four issues, and talk about fees, the fleet size, whether or not you like the language on the data sharing, and then if you want to make any changes to operations.
So we start with whether we're going to award certificates to Lime, Bird, and Spin to begin with, and then we get to the details.
I think you all did previously affirm the decision to select the three operators by the purchasing agent. But I think really kind of maybe bullet points 1 and 3 can be conflated, because normally when we do an award of certificates, we assign a number of vehicles associated with it. So we have made a proposal about the 500 70s, the scooters as an initial award, and then within the 3-month period, the additional rollout of bikes or e-bikes, proportional to the amount that that each company stated in their response to their RFP that they could provide. They each gave us a proportion of bikes to scooters that they could provide comfortably. And I believe that was 4-to-1 with Lime, 8.5-to-1 with Bird, and 10-to-1 with Spin.
I'm still back to the question, are we going to be making the decision today to award certificates of public convenience and necessities or not?
Yeah, you will be with
Okay.
the associated figure of the number of vehicles that will be associated with each certificate. But I don't think we're at the point where we're going to not award any of these 3 companies a certificate, because that was kind of approved at the previous meeting. And like Billy said, we are actually in the process currently of getting the contracts with the 3 companies that have resulted out of the RFP process signed.
So I'm just wanting to address Ms. Crownover's suggestion, which is if they can't stay off the greenways, don't give them the certificate. And I want to make sure we're really not in that position today.
If I can, I think our normal process for the commission has been for all of the industries that we provide certificates of public convenience and necessity. Ms. Costones is right, and I should have actually reflected that on the agenda, and I apologize for that. Normally what you would do, and if you recall the taxi cab process that you've certainly exercised over the last 7 or 8 years, what you would do is you'd award a certificate and then whatever number of vehicles you'd like to provide with it. Our recommendation is, yes, you would award certificates and 500 each. The other issues, the truth of the matter is, if there becomes issues, we would bring them back for a hearing in front of the commission to talk about the number of vehicles they have, if they might be in jeopardy if they were not to follow the rules. However, we also are going to have to create a rule that addresses expansion and reduction in the future, but not necessarily today, or any of the Greenway rules, other than, in other words, following the rules of the Parks Department.
So there already are existing provisions in the existing rules, the ones that are not being changed today, the ones that are not redlined but are in black in the copy that you have, that allow us to discipline the operators that hold certificates. And I believe taking scooters away is one of the from their fleets is one of the options for disciplinary action, but that would be subject to due process.
And I wasn't trying to belabor it down that far and everything. I just wanted to know, are we being to consider awarding certificates or not today?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it is, if I may, I think this is weird and unique. We almost never do an RFP in the context of a regulatory permitting process. And so trying to marry those two things is very challenging. So, I mean, the certificates aren't, they're not just symbolic, they're actual pieces of paper that Billy's office actually issues. And I don't think that's happened yet, because they need to know the number that's associated with it, and that's a decision that you have to make today. But in addition to that, we actually have contracts that you all approved the form of previously with some changes at the last meeting. And then the meeting prior to that, you did approve the purchasing agent's recommendation of awarding to these 3 companies based on their responses to the RFPs. So those 2 decisions have already been made. So it's really just issuing the paper certificate with the associated number of vehicles that will be in their fleet to go along with it. Is that right, Billy?
I think that.
So our real contingency is really only the number of bikes.
And I can't make a motion for you. If I were making a motion, what I would probably say, I would move to approve certificates of public convenience and necessity for the 3 companies and award each company 500 scooters. Is that?
Well, plus the bikes within the 3-month
Sure,
period.
SUMDs, I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry. And we came to that number, I believe we previously discussed that number at an earlier meeting because the number was much higher, some as many as 1,000 per company, up to, I believe, 1,200 at one time when we had a number of companies. So that number has previously been discussed and almost appropriated as a safe number, given that we only had a select amount of companies.
So that is correct. So basically, the BL 2019-109 specifically said that for the initial award, you could award up to 500 scooters each. So you could award less than 500 scooters each. For the initial award, you can't award more than that. However, once we adopt the fleet expansion provisions to the regulation, that again, we will probably discuss at a future meeting. I think Billy and I were thinking maybe July. Then they would be able to, if you all want to adopt provisions that would allow them to do that, they would be able to expand their fleets beyond that. Because the bikes were contemplated as a part of the RFP process, we wanted to go ahead and allow that to be done within a relatively short time frame, because that's, you know, something that was desirable for Metro, was to have bikes and or e-bikes available in addition to the scooters. So that was the reason for the recommendation of allowing them within the first 3 months to additionally roll out the number of scooters proportional to their 500 fleet, if you award 500 to each. That they had said that they could do that ratio of bikes to scooters in their responses to the RFPs. So it's the 500 each. And really, I would defer to Billy on that. That's an operational decision if 500 works, and I think he was comfortable with that.
I believe we got to the 500. There were, at one point, there were 4,125 scooters, I think, on the streets. Several of the operators left the fleets. Then the council actually passed in either, I guess in 109, saying they would reduce the fleets by half. At the time, everybody there, their fleets went half. Bird had 1,000, Lime had 1,000, and Spin had 500. So they each went to 500 each. Then that's where the language of the council, I think, came back that said we can go up to 500. And I do feel very comfortable staying at the 500 and bringing Spin up to the same level. So we'll start having apples and apples to be evaluating through the process, as well as looking at performance objectives and that sort of thing.
And I will just add, just to clarify also, if you look at section 020, the beginning of section 020 in the red line, you can see the crossed out language at the very beginning of that section actually refers to what Billy was just referring to, which was the 50% fleet size of their existing fleet. So basically in 2019, like midsummer 2019 was when I think those numbers were at their peak in terms of, you know, having like 7 companies operating and some of them having as many as 1,000 in their fleet. And then council actually discussed a total ban of scooters, but ended up doing something less than that and just cutting the existing companies to half of what they had as of that, I think it was July 1, 2019 date. And so that ended up being 500 for Bird and Lime each and 250 for Spin. And there were a number of other competitors out there back at that time, but most of those companies have either gone out of business or were not awardees as a result of the certificate, the RFP process.
To kind of take this in bites, so maybe we should consider bullet point number 1 and entertain a motion awarding certificates and the number of scooters, and then move on to the next issues.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
I will make a motion to award certificates of public convenience and necessity for SUMD for Lime Bird Spin in the amount of 500 units each.
May I add or seek a clarification?
Sure.
Okay, if you look in your draft at section 080B,
Correct.
there is proposed language there that does that, that has the reference to the 500 scooters each, and also has the reference to the bicycles. And so my question would be, does your motion include adoption of the proposed language in section 080B?
All right. I'll amend my motion to, I'll move to award certificates of public convenience and necessity for SUMD contractors, operators, Lime Bird Spin, consistent with the revised language in 080B.
And I'll second for the purposes of discussion. I got questions. Okay. Could you just?
I'm not sure I understand your second.
Oh, because I want to ask some questions.
Okay, so don't second and ask questions.
Oh, okay, I second. How's that?
I mean, I think that's commonly done, is that you second, but you go, just to allow discussion to proceed, and you can still move to amend thereafter if you want to.
Okay, how many, is 500 the total including bicycles, or is it 500 scooters plus bicycles?
It's 500 scooters plus bicycles.
Okay, how many bicycles? That's
Okay,
all I care
so
about.
I'm going to say this from memory, so y'all check my math, but, and Billy correct me, maybe you remember, but, so each of them has 500. So with Lime, it was 4-to-1, so that would be 125. The 8.5-to-1, I believe it was 63. That was Bird. And then 10-to-1's pretty easy. That would be 50. So so 125 plus 63 plus 50, and does anyone have the total of that?
That was like 238.
Yeah, that sounds right. 238 bicycles in addition to the 1,500 scooters.
And those numbers are based on the proposals they made as part of the RFP process.
Can we round up 63 to 65? Is it? Yeah. So this is just allowing them to do it. It's not requiring them, obviously.
Correct.
I think that's up to you.
Right. Oh,
Well,
really?
No, now when you read this language, though, it says each operator shall offer to the public a number of powered,
really?
non-powered bicycles equivalent to the number in the ratios of bikes to scooters that they propose to have in their responses to the RFP.
That's right.
Now, the shall language that I learned in law school was mandatory, so.
So the responses to the RFP are actually, this is again where it gets tricky in terms of us having like a regulatory process, regulatory permitting process, and also an RFP that resulted in the award of a contract. In general, we tried to reconcile those by making the contracts incorporate by reference the regulations, so that, you know, they are required by the contracts to follow the regulations. However, the solicitation and the responses are also incorporated by reference into those contracts. So what they propose to do in their responses is a part of the contract that they either already have signed or will be signing.
Does Mr. Reed and Mr. Speak understand that that is mandatory?
I agree with you, Counselor, the shall.
I'm not a counselor, but okay. I'm a commissioner.
But yes, that is understood.
Where's your partner?
He's right here.
Okay.
Yeah, agree.
Okay.
All right. We don't have Lime here, but Lime did say in their letter that they see no daylight between Spin and Bird, so, in their position, so.
To my knowledge, they're satisfied.
All right. So you guys understand the language shall means you will put these bikes out there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, yes.
Yes is yes.
For sure. There's reason for discussion on that, I think. We could take that up as a subsequent meeting, but
If I may, just for clarification purposes, I think one of the things that was not in existence at the time of, certainly not when we started the RFP process, was the role of B-Cycle coming back into Nashville. They withdrew their manual pedal bicycles.
Right, yes.
And they are coming back with, I believe, 300 e-bikes. When they are docked bikes, we specifically deal with dockless SUMDs. From a definition standpoint, and I'll go back to legal, this is where I usually get in trouble. It's my impression and my belief that their vehicles would qualify as SUMDs. However, they are not dockless. Therefore, they're not within the current framework of what we do. So I think I think it would be a prudent discussion, since there's like a 90-day period here we're talking about, to have a conversation about how does this all fit together with B-Cycles in terms of, because what we're talking about, unless I can add, and it's possible, if they did what they had is 248 cycles plus the 300, so you're talking about really more electric bikes coming into Nashville than scooters. Bicycles take up more space, and I'm not saying we should have them or not, but from a size standpoint, they're physically larger. Now, again, I'm not saying that makes them better or worse, because I certainly respect Commissioner Rogers and have worked with him many times, including 2 terms on this commission, working with him. But I do think it would be appropriate to talk about how does it fit together, and it does not diminish your authority to make decisions and their responsibility to do what they said do. I think it's just a conversation that maybe should be had as we go forward, and certainly lean on the expertise of Mr. Rogers and his background in bicycles. Now here's where Ms. Costona says, now, Mr. Fields.
No, I'm just going to read some of the definitions so the code chapter that governs this is chapter 1262. And 1262.010, which has remained in place throughout the various amendments to that chapter that have been represented by the ordinances that we have referred to, 1658 and 109. And so that has the relevant definitions, and so I will read them. I'll read several to you. So urban mobility device means bicycles, tricycles, scooters, hoverboards, skateboards, pedal cars, and other similar devices, whether they're powered or non-powered. A UMD does not include devices used as assistive mobility devices by persons with disabilities. So UMD is a pretty broad definition, but if you own your own UMD, you are not regulated by these rules. You are not SUMD systems. We have a separate definition of shared urban mobility. SUMD system means a system which provides urban mobility devices for short-term rentals for point-to-point trips. Such a system can be locked to SUMD systems or dockless SUMD systems. So it can be both, but the phrase point-to-point is really key in that definition. That means that you are not necessarily starting out or not necessarily ending your trip at the same place that you started out. So based on that, Mr. Rogers and I have talked about the fact that a bike shop, for example, is not a system, because a SUMD system, because they're not for point-to-point trips. You have to return the bike to the shop that you rented it from at the end of your rental period. And then the definition of locked to shared urban mobility device system means a system which provides SUMDs for short-term rentals for point-to-point trips, which must be locked or secured to a stationary object. A SUMD that is not locked to would be dockless. So as far as the provisions of the rules that apply to bicycle behavior, like you can't ride a B-cycle on the sidewalk any more than you can ride a scooter on the sidewalk. But which is, you can sometimes if you're outside of a business district, by the way. Like they should follow the same kind of rules of the road that the SUMD systems do. But obviously the provisions of the regulations that address the systems as regulated are different. They are more about the relationship they have with their customers, the education that they give their customers, that kind of stuff is many of the things that these rules address.
All I know about it is what it was in the press release that they're bringing 300 bikes. And I understand what you're saying, but we don't have any authority over them, so what they do is what they do. They're a private entity.
I believe you do have some authority over them in terms of, like I said, the rules of the road type regulations do
Over
apply.
B-cycle?
Yes, I think they do apply to B-cycle.
Really?
Yes.
Our authority or Metro's authority?
Both.
Really? They're going to be surprised to hear that, I think. So I may make a motion. The numbers you gave for bicycles are minimums, right? That's under the shall.
Yes, they could, no, they would, it's a minimum and a maximum. So, I mean, the number you award is all they can have until we adopt the fleet expansion provisions that will probably be considered in July, because increasing any kind of SUMD in their fleet will be subject to those regulations.
Okay, so I could make a motion to allow them to bring more
You could.
after, okay.
You can increase, like, whatever the initial award is, you can change what the initial, well, okay, the 500 is the,
Which initial award?
I'm sorry, the 500 is the initial award, and then we put in this regulation 080B that within the first 3 months, they would also be allowed to bring in this number of bicycles right off the bat. So they can do that, I guess, whenever within the 3-month period they want to. They can do it on the second day, or they can do it on the 90th day. So, but we assumed that you all wanted them out there pretty promptly. If you want to increase those numbers and make some of them mandatory and some of them optional, I think you could do that today.
Okay, I want to make that motion to, since we're requiring these numbers, I would like to say that Bird and Spin can go up to the same 125 that Lime has. And that's voluntary on their part, okay? We're not saying they have to, but we're allowing them to do that as part of the initial motion. So and I'm amending the motion, trying to amend it. Does that make sense? Was that clear?